President. Council President, Jackie's reaching out to Councilman Mims, Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Velez. She's calling them for me. He's here? Huh? You and Abdelaziz for 53?
Can I get the key? The aide is locked in the office and she can't get out.
Jackie's over there.
Let me call Jackie.
Jackie's over there. She can open the side door. Jackie's there, yeah. You said 53?
Anna.
He's in the back. He's in the back. I know where he is. He said when I'm ready, I'm to call him. He's in the back. He didn't go far. We're just waiting for one more. So Jackie is reaching out to the other three council members. Jackie's calling, yeah. No, Jackie's calling.
I don't need her now. She got out.
But she could open the side door and let the council open. You didn't know
Locked
that?
the middle door. I don't know.
No, no. I locked the door
figured it out.
to the clerk. Oh, she could, but I'm saying she could walk to the front. She did. Jackie's there. She's not locked in. No, I
She's okay
locked.
now.
I did. I locked up the clerk office.
I know. I thought we should, and I thought no.
She didn't know that she can. She didn't. She could leave the front door open. Is she leaving now?
No, she's gonna go back there. She's she went to the bathroom.
You give her a key? Where's my phone? Jackie's gonna call me on my phone. If she get the council member, she's supposed to call me. She was supposed to call me. I thought call me on myself. I thought you were gonna call me. Did you call me on myself?
I tried to call you and then I was attacked that I locked out somebody out their office.
I locked the door. Did she know
Means,
she was?
not me.
I know. I heard it. What happened?
Councilman Jackson said he's on his way. I
So
called
what
him.
happened to Councilman Mills?
I'm not getting her and I don't get Velez. I'm just going to voicemail. I don't want to nothing.
Okay, all right. Okay, I already told Council President that you were reaching out to them. So, Council President gonna do the prayer, and Anthony Van Cherry gonna do the flag salute. And then Council President said number 53, she wanted Councilman Abdelaziz sponsor. She want to be sponsored by her. Sponsored by him. 53. That's the one for Abdelaziz. So it's going to be sponsored by both. 53. So, Tisha, when I read it to the record,
Okay.
excuse me, I already wrote it on my roll call. So that way I won't forget. This is the payment of bills. Oh, this the roll call sheet for the payment. I just I had brought my own agenda because I had made some notes on there. Those that there was going to be that we were missing. Yeah, she's here. So hold on. We got 54. Only 50 we don't.
No, I know, but I have to do the family first. Yeah, we're gonna do 53 first, then we're gonna go to the other two items. His daughter's birthday is today. So one.
You should have a party together.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. So on behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you all to today's regular meeting of the Municipal Council, June 14th. To my stepdaddy, B, happy 91st birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
This meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of June 14, 2022 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Rivera.
Here.
Councilman Velez. Madam President.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Mendez are on vacation and they will not be here today. I am present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, Madam President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer, the Honorable Council President Marissa Davila, Councilwoman at Large, and also to lead us in the flag salute is Mr. Anthony Vancheri, who is a U.S. Army veteran, advocate for veterans' rights, and co-founder of Vietnam Veterans of America Chapter, Paterson Chapter 33. Please stand, everyone, for the prayer and the flag salute. Thank you.
Let us bow our heads. Father, I thank you for sanctifying this council, for setting them apart for your purpose, for calling them to be faithful stewards over this city, honest in their political affairs, and having an ear to the pulse of your spirit, so that they might be found blameless and obtain grace in your eyes and favor with man. For it is written in the book of Proverbs 28:20 that a faithful man will abound with blessings, but one who hurries to be rich by dishonest gain will not go unpunished. Father, you have admonished each of us to seek first your kingdom, your way of operating in the earth, and all things will be added. For you created this earth to bring your creation pleasure and enjoyment, to live in your goodness and love, mercy and peace. Knowing and believing this, my prayer tonight is that this council will always seek you first, that before any decisions are made and before any votes are cast, they will allow your word to have the final say. Then and only then can we expect this land called Paterson to yield its goodness, because you are good, God, and you cause all things to work for good for those who love you and are called according to your purpose. In the name of Jesus I pray, amen.
Please join me in saluting the flag of the United States of America. Flag of our country, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and all those that have had a family member pass away. Thank you. You may have a seat. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2021 to 2022. Meeting date June 14, 2022. Time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 on or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021, to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascader International, El Especial, Paterson Press, City Post News, and tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to take item number 2 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. The first item is item number 2 on the agenda for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance setting salaries for officials of the City of Paterson and accordingly amending Paterson Code Section 5-19, Administration. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We're doing number 2. Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Rivera. Any discussions on item 2?
Council President,
Mayor?
I'm not the mayor.
I'm
He's the
sorry.
mayor. Discussion.
Councilman Velez? Discussion?
So, this will represent, I don't know if it will represent a tax increase to our property owners. I just want to know where the, if is passed from this point on, if it's going to affect the tax bill, the levy, where the money's coming from, how you identify the salary increases moving forward for this next 4 years.
Okay, so I think let the administration answer. Mayor?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilman. So at your last workshop meeting, you discussed setting salaries. Last time that salaries were adjusted was in 2015. I was actually on the City Council, and I approved adjusting the salaries. Now, these adjustments that we're looking to make are still behind. They will be 2019 numbers. And I want to focus on one particular salary. I was looking at the law director, and we have comparables from other cities, larger and smaller. And every one of them, irrespective of size, whether it was larger than Paterson or smaller than Paterson, that law director makes more than ours. The law director's salary is currently at $122,000. East Orange, which is not even half the size of Paterson, their law director makes $125,000. To also put it into perspective, a first-year associate in a law firm will make more than a law director in Paterson. So these salary adjustments are long overdue. Pointed out earlier, I was on the City Council and approved the last adjustment that we made to salaries. And so that's why.
So,
Yes,
Mr.
Councilman.
Mayor, I don't want to mislead the community, because as the chairman could explain it, financial, we're not setting salary, we're setting ranges. That's what we're doing.
Correct.
You could do those increases 3 years from now, 4 years from now, if you want, right?
So, I'm going to have the finance chair, since this was something that was.
Yeah, but I got more questions just in case.
Okay, so I think his question was not answered, and I think it's either a yes or no.
Right.
You know, in terms of it increasing the levy, and, I mean, it's a yes or a no.
No,
Madam BA.
and I give credit to the council. Last year, the municipal portion of our tax levy was not increased. We were able to hold the line as far as our budget is concerned, and I give credit to our team, working in concert with the council, the finance committee, and that answers the question. And actually, Councilman, you pointed out setting these ranges. exactly what it does. And primarily, you want to be able to recruit, retain talent. Because like I pointed out, the East Orange law director, which is not even half the size of Paterson, makes more than the third largest city's law director.
Councilman Rivera, I'll bring it back to you, Councilman.
Sure.
Velez.
Just briefly, so we had a conversation about this ordinance months ago, and we have entertained it since
Yeah.
it was presented maybe a few years back, right?
3.5 years ago.
3.5 years. So the council's been very clear that, you know, we analyze what we have before us, and we got to understand what we have before us. This ordinance increases the salary, not of this mayor, but of the position. We want to make sure that more people, more professionals, when there are elections, that they could make that decision and decide to run for mayors, right? You have some professionals that probably cannot afford to leave their jobs. This is just my take. I'm not speaking for the council. This is the way I view this, right? It's to also attract talent. We said that regardless who the mayor was, regardless of the outcome of this election that just passed, we were going to put salary ranges in order to attract talent. That's the discussion that we had. So this ordinance here is not increasing salaries to department heads. That's what's being sold out there, that this increases salary to department heads. It doesn't. The council's not voting on a salary increase to department heads. It's voting on a range. Now, if the mayor later on decides to use this ordinance to retain some of his staff, then that's the action of the mayor. But it has to be clear. Let's sell this for what it is, right? We're voting on an ordinance that increases, yes, it increases the council salary, right? It increases the mayor's position. So before the outcome of the election, we said that regardless who the mayor was, the mayor of the third largest city, this is a discussion we have in finance, should be compensated, more, regardless of who the mayor was. But I just want to put it on the record that this right here, the mayor could say what his plans are, that's on him. Me as a councilman, I'm voting on setting ranges in order to attract talent. Because the current ordinance that we have, you have some department heads that start at $92,000 in the third largest city of New Jersey. Remember, this ordinance were probably put together in the past when public employees did not pay for insurance. Pensions have gone up. So I'm going to leave it at that. But just so you know, we're not voting, and I put that on the record, we're not voting on salary increases for any department head
Council
in
President.
this ordinance.
Councilman Velez, then Councilman Jackson.
So, I like the notion of attracting talent. But when you see the crime rate, the cleanliness of our city, that means there was no talent there. That's why the crime went high. That's why the streets are not clean. That's why the poor service of other departments are lacking. So there was no talent there. Mayor, let me refresh you something, okay? If we look at the high salary of the police department of the chief that we have, we could blame probably that he didn't have the talent to curb the crime. So why are we paying the chief that money, right? So pitching for increases of the word talent, I guess a lot of individuals that are in your departments have talent. I don't know if could be justified that the talent was not put in place because the money was not motivated for them. I'm talking whoever's you're going to hire as your department heads, and I'm talking about what we have now, because the results have been a little bit poor in service, in quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, I requested the revenue generated from all those departments. I don't know if you submitted it today or in the past 4 years. You know, I know this is the first reading, Mayor, and Council President, with all due respect, and this council here, I know this is important for all of us because we have to be fiscal responsible. How I could say this, hey, I don't want to offend no one, but the same question probably the public have, that when they requested the mayor to be here and answer some question for the community, he's never there, but he's there today for this.
Wow.
See, I'm trying to divide my sentiments in two parts here. The wise decision, and I have the data from the different cities and what we have in front of us, that's one thing. But after we approve this, are we gonna get more of the same? What guarantee us that this salary range will improve if you're gonna stay with the same cabinet? Unless you're saying you're attracting more talents. And I hope those talents don't become magicians or actors. People that really are boots on the ground and making sure that they do what they have to do with their expertise and to move the city forward. You know, in the council, listen, council members, if you look at the Facebook page all these past 2 weeks, everybody was killing us. Everybody was killing us only. Us. You don't deserve this. One of them are your supporter. I had to even block him on Facebook because it was crazy. Too much. Too much. It was exaggerated. No. And no matter how I explain them, they still shoot us. And let me tell you something. And when you voted, when you was a councilman, to raise salaries for the whole staff and et cetera,
It's not voting on raising, it's,
Oh,
Councilman,
whoa.
you don't vote on raising, you're voting on an ordinance to make an amendment for ranges. And this is something that was discussed.
So
with
in
the
other
state,
words,
with
okay,
the
so we
people.
vote, okay, so we voting in salary ranges, survey, ordain, okay, we voting on that, right? Right, to
To
attract.
make an amendment.
So we could lock it at the same time.
So I think.
We
I
could
think-
lock it
I
at the same
think I
time. Can
heard
we put a
Councilman-
year here starting 2 years from now? All right? Amend, yeah, you know. Okay, so what part is served? So let's make believe that his talent that he's searching out there is not the one that we're looking for.
Councilman, but I think I heard, and I believe it was Councilman Rivera said, or was it the mayor? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused right now. That it was to attract or to maintain. I think it. Retain, I'm sorry. 1 second,
Wait.
because Councilman
Wait, Council President,
Jackson
just
has
in
asked.
response, Mayor.
Mayor,
Councilman Velez, earlier you alluded to the police chief. He's not included in this ordinance as far as setting salary ranges is concerned.
I know.
Second, I'm very accessible. You know that. I'm very accountable. You know that. People have spoken, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm accessible and accountable and work around the clock.
Mayor, I don't want to put the people who have spoken, because the turnout was less than 19% in the whole entire city, out of 86,000 voters that we have in the city. So if we're going to go politics and that, we could do it different. But one thing I want to, Mayor, you know, I know you're law director. I brought up some questions in the workshop, and I haven't received the information about of the law department. If we will hire a outside law department completely, how much would that cost us? See, compare, right? You know, if I had the chance to amend this, and I do, I could put only a few departments here to that deserve probably right now to increase their salaries range, to set the salary range.
Councilman, put the
Coun-
amendment
Council-
on the
one
floor.
second.
Let him put the amendment on the floor, and if he wants to amend it, let him amend
Well,
it. He has
one
every
second,
right.
one second.
And let him
So
vote
Coun-
on it.
No,
Does
what
he
I
have
wanted
the
to say to Councilman Velez is that the fact that there, you see ranges on there, it does not mean there are cabinet members that probably already at the highest. They're not going to.
And this is what I want to do, right? I will leave the salary, prior salary, the way it is, until he hires somebody, and then the salary range will apply.
Councilwoman.
So, Councilman Jackson, then we'll, Councilman Rivera.
I mean, if you have some eye-opening, enlightening facts to add to it, I'll yield to the finance chair. Let him see what spectacular information he has to bring
Okay.
to the table to
Councilman Rivera.
sway an argument.
Well, I'm not trying to sensationalize anything, but all I'm saying is, we have to interpret what we have before us, right? You cannot start creating a story in your head of what's gonna happen. So this is what we have. You have a BA salary, for example. Let's say the BA was to resign tomorrow, let's just say. The current range of a BA is $110,000. Tell me how you could attract a business administrator with experience from another town to come in the city of Paterson to work for $110,000. So all I'm saying is, every other town, that big city like us, and even smaller cities, you need to have a range to offer. You don't offer someone with little experience the high end. You might offer them the low end. If you notice, the salary ordinance that we have before us has a range of 110, which is the same amount that the BA was hired for, 110 to 160, right? You leave that doesn't mean that you give people 160. You have the range depending on experience. Now, we're not voting, you gotta understand as a council people what we're voting on. This doesn't raise the BA salary. The range says 110 to 160. She's probably making more than 110 because of the years that she's been here. She's been getting 2% increases every year. So this doesn't increase her salary. Now, that's not what we're voting on. We keep hearing council members say that we increasing department head's salary. We're not. Now, you are gonna say, well, the mayor could use this later and increase their salary, right? Well, then you should try to control it through the budget process. I know they could transfer money later on, but again, people elected the mayor, that's a decision for him to make, but you cannot tie the hands of the administration here. You want the best people, representing us, serving in those departments. You should have the flexibility as a mayor to attract talent or to retain talent, but to attract is the intent. You're very limited in what you could do as a city to go out and attract people. This is conversation that I've had with other people. When we go to a legal municipality, they tell me, oh, I wouldn't go work for Paterson even for X amount of money. But you have an ordinance here that have, look, some of them don't even make 100,000, department heads, third largest city. When you look at other larger cities and even smaller cities, they make way more than this amount of money. So this is not, last thing, this is not raising department head salaries. That's all I gotta say.
So let me give you the last experience that
Councilman
the city had.
Velez.
Yes. Just the last thing I gotta say. I gotta put you an example, and this is why I'm inclining to do what I have to do today, because I gotta take the smaller individual that work in our city. We have a department calling zoning. They had 10 inspectors. Those inspectors started less than $28,000 in our city. They got trained for the past 3 years and got tests and got ready. We ended now that department zoning with only 2 inspectors because 8 of them are working for the state because they're getting paid more. Same job. You see what is the dilemma here? Okay? I understand that attracting people that's going to stay and those that are coming in to be attracted to do the work that the city is demanding. Everything is going high, everybody knows. You know, if the mayor, if the financials of the city will represent it, I don't have no problem. But I want to see result, Mayor. This is what I want to see, results. If this is going to work for you, for other mayor coming down the road, okay, then I will be here. I had to put these questions on the floor because at the end of the day, the people is going to come back to us, we approve this, and you're not giving result. Whoever is here is not giving result. So I could come and rescind probably this ordinance and say, let's move them back to the salary they was because they haven't produced what they have to do. So the same way we approve it, the same we could come back and say, let's rescind it, and you know, let's go back to square one because the talent was not there. So the 160,000 individuals that we have in our city, you know, they deserve better. So, and how it comes faction of service, how we could serve them better the way we are. So, I don't know. I just want to put my 50 cents on this because I got a lot of heat on that Facebook, man, and no matter how much I explain it, they don't understand it.
Councilman, I will say something to you. I don't know who gets more heat on Facebook, you or I, but let me tell you something. There is over 180,000 residents in the city of Paterson.
Give or take.
And we serve all. So the fact that you can get maybe 5 people to come at you, and it makes it seem, you know what, we represent all. Unfortunately, my mom used to have a saying, you know, tú no eres una moneda de oro para caerle bien a todo el mundo. Okay? Which basically means, you know what, you're not a gold coin. Who doesn't like gold? So with that said, you know, Councilman, all right, is there something funny?
I can laugh at whatever I like.
No, I'm just asking. No, I'm asking if I said something that was.
I can laugh at whatever I like, Council President. You made a statement and I'm laughing. It doesn't mean I'm laughing at you.
So, no, I asked a question.
Oh, and I responded to your question. I can laugh at whatever I like.
Councilwoman.
Don't get
So with that said.
in a tizzy because
okay.
you're not telling the truth to the public.
Excuse me?
You heard what I said. I'll speak when my turn comes.
Okay, thank you very much. This is wrong. This is very wrong.
It is.
Councilwoman.
You just prayed. You just prayed,
Councilwoman, this is
and then you
very
responded
wrong.
to me.
This
You were
is-
wrong.
this is-
You were
Councilwoman.
wrong. You're out of order, Council
Councilwoman,
President.
This is very wrong.
It is wrong.
Colleagues, point of order. Can we
Councilwoman,
just
It
get
is
this
back-
wrong.
is very wrong.
Council President, can we just get back to the discussion, please?
So to bring it back, Councilman Jackson. No yelling in the chambers or you will be removed. You will be removed. Councilman Jackson?
So, to the members of the public, those at home and those in-house, please make note of my patience. Make note, I didn't interrupt anyone, try to be respectful as possible, allow everybody to express their positions and/or their arguments in favor and/or against. But just to point out a couple things, Councilman Rivera just talked about the salary range or the experience of possibly attracting a BA with experience who has, in his words, I'm not going to quote, but let me paraphrase because I don't remember word for word, who has worked in another place for an extended period of time, who has experience in the position, but yet this BA had zero experience as a BA, zero experience as a chief of staff, She was brought in, right, at, on the books, 90,000, in which she was then paid 100 retro. So really, she was paid 100 from the start. So the point is, if you give this administration money to spend, they're going to spend it. That's the first thing. Zero experience. Things they talked about early on, performance evaluations. There has not been one in the entire time they've been sitting there, not one performance evaluation. But you gauge, like, employees or people who work based on performance. How do you pay someone for performance when there's been no performance evaluation? I'm not even going to ask any of you, because I know that there's people frustrated here. But the city's in the worst condition that I've ever known it to be in. It is violent. Just now, I left, first of all, let me give a special mention to Reggie Davis and his wife, his beautiful wife, who lost their son this afternoon after a 6-year battle with cancer. And I was late because his 11-year-old son he lost. And I said, let me make sure I'm gonna spend some extra time with my children today. I went to go watch a softball game. I had to leave from the softball game because as I was leaving, I see some strange character who you could just look at him and tell he don't belong in the neighborhood, looking around, knocking on the door, hey, you need some work. What you need, man? That's the conditions we have to live in today. So if I gotta take matters in my own hands and defend myself, my family, whatever I had, now I'm the bad guy. Because the conditions in this city are worse than they've ever been. You can't walk up and down a sidewalk without potentially being struck by a motorcycle wheeling down the sidewalk with no helmet, running red lights. The discourse in this city is the highest it's ever been. Make a comparison. A DPW worker in Wanacue makes $80,000 a year. In Wanacue, a quarter of the size of Paterson, but they make a fair, livable wage for the things we ask them to do. We got a supervisor who's worked for the city for 20 some odd, almost 30 years, making $31,000 a year. $31,000, and the disrespect of these people to come here and ask for a $50,000 increase on top of their already 6-figure salary. That's disrespectful. That's a spit in the face. Excuse me for being disrespectful, because I got called being disrespectful the other day by the chief of fire when I questioned him on the audacity to write an ordinance talking about residency policy. But yet, personnel director commutes every day from Perth Amboy, who was hired with no college degree, who was fired, who preceded a person with 30 years experience, a master's degree, and a Paterson resident who this administration forced out. Let's not talk about Marge Sharon, who this guy had a hand in her demise by removing a line item in the budget for her salary that was there, and then they replaced her by someone who had far less experience. She's a certified CFO. So you saying you're after the best and the brightest, the talent. You get rid of all the talented people you have because they challenge what decisions you're making. Troy Oswald, touted and noted as one of the best law enforcement agents in the state of New Jersey, highly sought after. This administration forces him out. This council refusing to stand on and support him as he left, working to dismantle the corruption in our department. While we have people talking about 2% increases for non-contractual, non-union employee, you have, what union is it? It's the union that's here. I'll tell you the union number. They're still waiting to settle their contract. Still waiting to settle their contract. 3724. Negotiating since April 2019 on a 2% increase. The increases on this it's ridiculous. It's like 50%. You're making 110 to 150, 160. By the way, anyone who makes a statement, who's a public employee, who makes a statement, whether in a private or public meeting, it is a meeting that is happening on your behalf. That information should be made public. When an employee makes a derogatory statement, which this BA, and I've questioned her a number of times on the record, because she went into a cabinet meeting years ago, 3 years ago, and said, if I don't get a $50,000 increase, I'm resigning. Now we see it coming to fruition. The bidding going on, the clown activity. How about Director Dave Gilmore? How about one of the most experienced employees who ran CD departments, who went in and single-handedly turned over a department? More inspections, but wait a minute. You're inspecting people who are friends of the mayor. You're writing tickets, which still haven't been abated, for the art factory and everyone else. So what do? The backlash is we fire him. Now he has a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. You're going to pay for that as well, while he goes laughing to the bank on their back. How about the zoning officer? How about the lifelong who I've known since I was a kid, who grew up in the Alabama projects, who went to college, got his degree in architectural design, engineering. He is an engineer. He can draw plans to build any building in this community. Worked for this city for 20+ years at a measly salary of $40-some odd thousand. How about this administration? His first hire was a non-credentialed zoning officer who did not live in the city, who did not have a college degree, and paid him double his salary. How about that? Is that the talent that we're talking about, that we're looking to attract? I'm getting to him in a minute.
Okay.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Councilman,
I was patient.
And I'm being patient as well, so I'm
You're being
asking
patient
you.
with me?
No, and I'm being patient as well, and when I call upon you, what I'm asking is if you can please wrap up.
Very good. I'll try my best. Let's talk about the incompetency. Let me give you a list. How about a registered nurse? Anyone know? Is anyone familiar? What does it take? Any registered nurses in the house? Anyone know what it takes to become a registered nurse?
Yes,
Good amount of schooling.
a lot of money.
A lot of money. After schooling, there's licensing. Just like being a lawyer, anything else, you have to take a test. How about a full-time registered nurse in this city is paid $41,000? You're talking about non-credentialed, non-essential people that want to walk away from this city with $160,000, while the average median income in the city is less than $30,000. That's an insult to the people you serve. That's an insult. How about a registered environmental health specialist? How about it requires a license? These are all people, by the way, who make less than $45,000 that work for our city, that really look after the safety and well-being of our lives, because these are inspectors, these are highly qualified people. How about a lead inspector? How about a disease interventionist? The HIV certified counseling and testing, pre-exposure, I mean, the list goes on. There's people who are here who work for this city who have licenses that they have to renew every year, that they had to study for, they had to go to school for, and they live in the city, they make a commitment to this city, and this is what we're doing. See, I heard this story before, and at the time, Flavio over there, he was the treasurer on the board. I used to sit on the charter school board, and that was the catchphrase. We want to attract the best and the brightest. And I apologize, Council President, please indulge me for one quick story. So a young lady, as I was on the board when it started, called the school, said, hey, listen, I want to come work for the school. Well, we're sorry, we hired all of our teachers already. She was a certified teacher. We're 70% of the teachers that was hired were not certified. She was a Paterson resident. She said, I don't care that you hired all the teachers. I want to work for a charter school. I'm willing to come and work as a TA, which is a teacher's assistant, because I believe that charter schools are the next wave. She came in, she worked as a TA. Certified teacher working under other people who were not Paterson residents, who were not certified. She then took the class over halfway through the year because of a maternity leave from the regular teachers. Since then, she went and she got her master's. She then went and got her doctrines. She was refused to have any administrative position at that school, to the point where she literally called me crying because she did not want to leave those children. She loved those children, but she said, I cannot do it any longer, the disrespect here. So the state came in and said, hey, I don't know where you got her from. She's amazing. We're taking her from you. They took her. She became a state liaison. Then she opened her own consulting firm. Now she is one of the heads of schools for Jeff Kennedy in Harlem Children's Zone, which is touted as the #1 charter school in the country. It sets the benchmark. She's from Paterson. Her mother still lives here. We shunned her off. We turned our nose up at her. She had all the credentials, all this experience, all of everything, and we spit in her face. And she left this community, went to serve other communities. How many people can you name like that? How many people do you know? You got people who are working for the city who don't meet the residency requirement. They're being overpaid and they're underperforming, and you can't see it because there's no performance evaluation. Just like the position that Flavio just took over at the county, who did not take a test for, there is a protocol, there is a civil service testing guidelines. He went over and passed over how many tenured people for a political hookup. This right here is a sham, is another money grab, and it's an embarrassment to the residents of Paterson who are suffering through these poor conditions.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik? No, you can, in your moment. Councilman Kalik?
You want to go first, Councilman Rivera?
Sure, if you
Councilman
don't mind.
Rivera.
Go ahead.
I'll make it very brief. So real quick, I've been here now for 4 years, and I hear this gentleman always lie about certain things. Check with civil service. Please do so.
Yes.
I'm ranked #1, so I did go through the process after the fact. Just like this city here hires employees provisionally until the tests come out for civil service, is the same way that I was hired over there. Correct me if I'm wrong, you have the BA here. Sometimes you hire people, and then they have to apply for a test which is open to everybody in Passaic County. My test was open to everybody in Passaic County, and I scored #1. Now,
President.
this gentleman's probably gonna say that I got the hookup at the state too. I cannot make anything up. I can't take it
Councilman
anymore,
Rivera.
but he's
Councilman-
entitled to what he has to say. Hold on a minute. And you could call Board of Social Service tomorrow, call civil service and verify. So let's put that one to rest. Once again, and I'm just gonna say this, we voted in 2020. Let me repeat this again. If you look at this ordinance that we have before us, if you go to the city engineer, in 2020, we voted on a range for that position for the same reasons. You know why? Because when we were contemplating bringing the engineer in-house, they were contemplating on some candidates that didn't have as much experience and some that had extensive experience. And the way the ordinance was written at the time, it will pay those two candidates the same amount of money. One with no experience or very limited, and one that had probably over 15, 20 years of experience will get paid the same. So you have a salary range right there for that position. It's right in front of you. All we're trying to do is make ranges for the rest. Now, all I take my council colleagues is the following. If we adopt this and the mayor decides to abuse it and give obnoxious increases based on these ranges to his department head, it's easy. Make sure that he never get his vote on the budget that he presents to you. It's that simple. But we cannot stop legislating and doing our job as council members because of what if we vote for this, what is the mayor going to do? Have that conversation. We're two branches of government. If we operate under that, under the basis of if I do this, they're going to do this, then we should never approve the budget to the mayor, because the mayor can move money between any line items any given time, and he could start hiring more consultants, right? Although they go through us for approval, but he has the ability to spend money. Once we approve the money, the budget, that gives them the legal authority to spend money. That gives them the legal authority. So once again, this council already approved a range for a city engineer to get that flexibility to hire as the administration sees fit, right? You hire someone with less experience, you don't pay them, you pay them the low range. You want to attract someone that's really, really good, that you feel that's good and that has performed somewhere else, you pay them the higher range. But that's just my opinion, and that's what we have before us. I'm talking about what I have in front of me. That's all I have.
Council
Thank you.
President.
Councilman Kalik?
Councilman.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Honestly, I'm out of words. What we have in front of us, we're not giving anybody salary increase. We are just setting a range. With this ordinance, a lot of other stuff my council colleagues speaking about, everybody has the right to speak, to just give a nice sound bites. That's what I say. I've been hearing about DPW being underpaid since I've been here for the last 6 years. What have we done? Nothing. There's no solution. And another thing, we cannot, as a city council, we cannot give raises to anybody in DPW or any other department. They have their own union. They negotiate the salaries with our council and the lawyers, and they know what they're getting paid. If I apply for a job, when I get hired, I know what I'm getting paid. So I don't need to come sit here and pitch for these people not getting paid enough, that person is not getting paid. They know what they're getting hired for. And this is not an increase. If you look at the city of, there's a sheet given by the administration. City of Elizabeth, they have way smaller than us. Every department has making 30, 40,000 more than what our departments are making. So I think it's reasonable to give a range. So the administration, the mayor might not be here in his next term. Somebody else might come in. Councilman Jackson might become the mayor. He will have the flexibility to hire some talents from outside, people who have experience, and they could do the job that we need to do in city of Paterson. And I don't think we should go out of the subject. What's in front of us, let's focus on this and vote on it. Let's just don't give a sound bite so it could sound good. Oh, this department is not getting paid. Go ahead, if you could, go pay them. Pay them $200,000 a year for each employee in the city of Paterson. Do we have the money to do that? No. They are contractual. They have a union. They negotiate their salary. So leave them alone and don't bring, I'm tired of hearing for the last 6 years. Let's come up with some solution. It's okay, one accused DPW guy, I'm not trying to attack anybody or anything. One accused the DPW department employees, he's getting paid $80,000. His union negotiated that deal with them. When he was hired, he knew what was he getting. Same thing in city of Paterson. Those employees need to hire probably a better union and get into a better union and negotiate a better deal with city of Paterson then. Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Council President.
I appreciate that,
Councilman
Councilman Kalik. I'm glad you mentioned that, because what makes that different from anyone from the mayor's administration? They knew what they were getting when they got hired.
Right.
It's the same scenario if you use that point. But it's just a matter of, just a case in point, how people put information out there to mislead. First of all, there was 3 people that posted #1 on that county position that he holds. 3 people that equally posted #1. And the job also requires experience and tenure, of which he had none of, right? So let's not even mislead the people by saying, oh, I posted number one. Yeah, after the fact, after he was hired and given a $50,000 increase for all the things he did for this mayor then. But lastly, I'm gonna say this, just to be responsible, right? If that is the case, and we're looking to seek out the best and the brightest, if this is for the sake of hiring talent, as he pointed out, we had a dilemma with the engineer. And in fact, it wasn't until I came on the council where I said, wait a minute, we're paying one guy who works for us for a firm $1 million a year. So we put out a search. And that's how it should be done here. If we're in need of a more qualified, a better qualified law director, then they present it to the council at that time and say, guess what? Here we have a more qualified, a better law director. We need, in order to capture this talent, this is what we're gonna need to pay him. And that's how you are responsible as a council. You don't make a decision just to give him an open check, and then when he spends all the money, you say, hey, that wasn't us, because most of the employees fall already within the salary range. If I'm not mistaken, the CFO's position from 110 to 140 or 150, whatever it is, already he's making 125, 130. So why are we doing this if we're not giving him an opportunity to give people raises? But listen, it's clear to the public. There's decisions that's already been made. People have their positions. I mean, hey, I'm venturous. I say, let's call it for a vote. Why are we still talking about it? Certain people are going to be for it. Certain people are going to be against it. Either way it goes. So let's go.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Councilman Velez.
I was actually agreeing. So, Council President, when I look at the items in front of me, I try not to get involved or put myself in the present. When we vote on laws and ordinances, you have to think 10, 15, 20 years to the future. Right? We're talking about the department heads today, the mayor today, the council today. Some of us may not be here in 2 years when we're up for election. Some of us may move up 4 years from now, as the councilman said. When we make ordinances, it's about the future, right? That's what laws are for. You take the personal beliefs out, right? There are safeguards in place. We talk about the department heads. I heard, oh, this, that, right? Guess what? This council confirmed every department head. There's checks and balances. It got approved. And I agree. Our employees should be making more money. But let's know that there's labor laws and negotiations, right? We're entitled to our own opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts. I ask any union president to come here and say if they can negotiate, our regular employee can negotiate with the administration by themselves. That violates labor laws. They cannot do it. There's collective bargaining rules and regulations that need to be followed. We've heard that the lowest guys, our lowest employees are paid low. Yes. Have you looked into their contracts? They give 2% increases, right? We all think it's 2%, but 2% is not equitable, because a guy that's making $60,000 gets 2% is getting a higher raise than someone that's making $30,000 and 2%. How about you go to steps? But the union doesn't want that, because the guys up top don't want to take the sacrifice 1 year to pay the guys on the bottom. And wherever the union vote is, that's how contracts are negotiated. I just negotiated my contract. When they say they're going to get 2%, facts are facts. Go to the steps. Make each guy a step. Give 2%. That means if there's $1 million, give 2%. Take those raises, give them to the lowest employees. That means the guys on the top are not going to get the same amount, but they won't have the votes to ratify it and pass it. So facts are facts. We get the contracts in front of us after the union approves it.
I just want people to understand the facts, and I'm not talking when we talk about the lowest employees. They negotiate, the union ratifies it, which means the majority of the union agreed to that contract, and then it comes to the council. That's the way the process works. But just let everyone know, when we say 2%, 2% does not mean it's an equitable distribution of the salary increases. Let that sink in. I may be an employee. If I'm making $70,000, I get 2%. My colleague gets 2%, but they're making $30,000. They're getting a $600 raise. I'm getting double. Oh, we're getting 2%. But that's why they don't want to go to steps. But the unions negotiate that. That's the rules of the games, and that's the law. So what we have in front of us is a salary range. People come to this city, they work. They get their experience, and then they leave. Let's look at the CFO that was here prior to I was on the council. She worked 6 months, said, oh, I'm going to Lincoln Park, and made $30,000 more. $30,000 more. People, you know, I do believe in a good society. I do believe people want to come here and work hard because they love the city. But at the end of the day, people have families. People want to come here, and you attract talent with good salaries. And I'm not looking at the mayor now. In 3 years, 4 years, the mayor may not be here. This will allow a new mayor to say, you know what, department head, see you later. I'm getting the good guy from Newark. I'm getting the good lady from Montville. I'm getting here, and I'm hiring my staff. But they're not coming for $92,000. I'm telling you, the facts are facts. If you're in any management position, name me another place that for $92,000 they're overseeing 200 employees, 150 employees. Let's not put our personal feelings in this. Like, look at the facts. And I'll tell you one thing. They're doing a poor job. We could always reduce their salary. This works both ways. Right? We could come here today and decrease people's salary, this ordinance. We could do that. But what I want to remind everyone too, and I don't want to bring politics in here, at the end of the day, in this great country, we have elections. The people have voted to elect a mayor that's going to lead the city and council people that are on here. Elections, and that's the voice, right? Every 4 years, every 2 years, we have elections. Like it or not, they elected this mayor. They elected this mayor to be here. So for the next 4 years, that's what the people spoke, regardless of turnout, because we could talk about turnout in our elections, our council elections. That was less turnout than the mayor election. But that's what the democracy is. The people voted, he's our mayor. They're trusting him. They voted for him to put a cabinet together. So I just want to say, take our emotions, our feelings away, and think about the future. And I agree. We want to talk about our employees. I hope when those contracts come in front of us and they vote on it, go against it and say, put the money to the bottom. Go against it, say the top guys shouldn't get paid, put the money on the bottom so the guys on the low scale get paid. Let's see if the council will do that. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, very, very well. No speaking out, please.
Council President.
I'd like to, Councilman, after you speak, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Council President, I know this point was mentioned from different councilmen. Just want to take clarification here. Yes, Councilman Jackson is right. We set a salary or hire a in-house engineering, but that didn't prevent the department to outsource a lot of the services that that office render. So I just like to see in the future what is the service, the saving on it. I know he can't do it by himself, but we mentioned that way back. We're going to satisfy that, but a lot of sources is going to be out there. So I just want to, and council members had explained about unions, and I respect every union, even police, fire, any union that the city had. And I always say to them when they are bargaining with the administration, and even from outside unions, always ask for more they will give you what they want, or what they really want. So the responsibility of administration is to bargain with them and sit with them and talk to them. And I think some of those contracts came to the middle, and they've been approved, and we just waiting till those contracts comes here to get approved. I would like to see if this move forward, and I see it is probably for a second reading, that mayor administration move forward to bring to the table, to us, the approval of any agreement, union agreement that they already signed and set, to bring it to us to approve right away, because they waiting for that retroactive pay. So we want to see some proactive measure there. But I just want to give you an example to those watching out there. We have 9 DPW, blue-collar supervisors, 1, 2, 3, 4, a white collar, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue collar and attorney. Their salary altogether, calendar year 2022 up to now, it goes to $1.93 million. Individual will be, okay, let me mention it. All right, one individual with overtime and everything gets $80,000 up to year. They calendar. Okay, I gotta tell you, salary. Yeah.
rephrase that?
Yeah, I want to rephrase that. Okay.
It's not 1.8, it's 1 million.
1 million, yeah, 1,093,000. That thousand, sorry, 1.3. 1,093,000. Okay? I gotta rephrase that. I want to say it so fast that.
Right.
So, if, for example, you have individual in DPW or supervisors getting $118,000, one is getting $104,000, another getting $115,000, $124,000, $128,000. The lowest one is $80,000 up to date. That is with salary and overtime. So, and that is union contracted, because if they go with the salary, they're entitled to get overtime. If the overtime is met and they working on it, I don't care you live in town or not. If you're doing your job here in Paterson, 12 hours, whatever, that's why I care. So, let's look at the two pictures, all right? So as everybody stated, and that's why in the workshop was not televised, and when it was not mentioned, we are not increasing salary as we speak. And we're not giving this mayor, whoever mayor's here, to have a blank check. You're going to be wise, mayor, on what you're going to do from this point on with the salary range part of it. So, good luck on this.
Thank you very much.
Council President,
Councilman Abdelaziz.
I'd like to make an amendment. No one, I make a motion to amend this ordinance to include, and this is something from the council's perspective. We talked about everything else, but no one talked about the council. I have no issues. The council members work very, very hard, but I also personally do not want the increase, so I want to amend this ordinance to state any council person may elect to waive the increases provided herein by providing written notice to the Director of Human Resources and the Business Administrator 30 business days prior to the effective dates noted above. If a council member elects to waive the increase, their salary shall remain at their existing rate of pay.
Well, second, if you include the mayor.
My motion's there, Council President.
Good job,
Okay,
Velez.
good,
You got a second?
good, move by Councilman.
We amend it if you include the mayor in that.
You can't do that, my dear.
Oh, so let me amend it now.
So let's,
So
wait,
let
me amend it. So let
please
me
don't do
amend
this,
it.
don't do this, please.
You know what, Council President, any council person or mayor may elect to waive the increase provided
thank you.
herein by
Thank
providing
you.
written notice to the Director of Human Resources and Business Administrator 30 days prior to the effective dates noted above. If a council member or mayor elects to waive the increase, their salary shall remain the same at their existing rate of pay. Can I get a
Okay,
second?
motion to moved by amendment by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Second.
And second by Councilman Kalik and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the amendment.
Yes, Councilman Kalik. and
Or, no,
Councilman
actually, we
Velez.
could do the roll call with the amendment, correct?
No, we got
Not
a
yet.
roll call on the
Not
amendment.
yet.
Okay.
We have to do the
Okay.
amendment first. Roll call on the amendment, legally make the necessary corrections as per Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz on the amendment.
Yeah, so I stated, at this time, this is something away for us council members that don't need it. And now I also include the mayor. It'll be our decision. It's there. As for me, I want to do what Jersey City did. At this time, I do not want the increase. I'll be sending my letter in. If this were to pass, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
As usual, I won't entertain the foolishness, not supporting anything that he's bringing forward. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Paterson, I'm not going to go into a long dissertation. When we go into the next vote, you'll definitely hear my voice. My vote is no. We got to stop playing games with the public. My vote is no.
Councilman Rivera.
We're not playing games, we're legislating. I remember when we entertained the aid vote here to have aids, some council members said they didn't want it. Now they have more aids than everybody else.
Well, it's just
So my
like you,
vote is-
you're
I
voting
didn't
now
say no
because you're
names.
Wait a
leaving.
minute, Councilwoman.
I'm in the middle. I didn't say no names.
Councilman
You
Rivera
vote
has
and
the
try to
floor.
attack me because-
Councilwoman.
Yeah, you're trying to attack me after I vote.
Councilwoman.
And you're voting now
Councilman
because you're
Rivera has
leaving.
the floor, Councilwoman.
You made a promise to the mayor. Now
Councilwoman,
it's on.
Councilwoman,
You can't stop
Councilman
my mic.
Rivera has the
He has
floor.
the mic, but let me-
Councilwoman, you don't like to be
You-
disrespected,
you-
and you are
You
disrespecting
overtalk
the
every council
councilman.
member.
Councilwoman,
You overtalk
Councilman
every
Rivera
council
has the
member.
floor.
And I'm gonna say it to him.
Councilwoman, Councilman
Councilman
Rivera has the
is
floor.
only voting
Councilwoman,
now because
the
he is
councilman has
leaving.
the floor.
He is leaving.
Councilwoman,
He's
Councilman
leaving.
Rivera has the
Paterson,
floor.
don't be
Councilwoman
fooled.
Mims,
He is
Councilman
leaving.
Rivera has the floor.
He's leaving.
Councilwoman,
Paterson,
Councilman Rivera
he is
has the
leaving.
floor.
He chose to
Councilwoman,
leave,
Councilman
and he is
Rivera has
voting
the floor.
this way because it doesn't
Councilwoman,
affect him.
you don't like to be
And you
disrespected,
don't
but you
either.
sure like
You
disrespecting
don't either.
people.
You don't
Councilwoman, Councilman,
You
you're
don't
wrong.
either.
Councilwoman, you're
You're
wrong.
wrong.
Rivera,
You're
please.
wrong, too.
Councilman
You're
Rivera,
wrong, too.
Councilman Rivera, continue.
So, like I stated before, I'm stating the fact. If you go back to that meeting, it wasn't just one council person. There was multiple council members that were against us hiring aides. So I wasn't speaking just of one person. Go back to the record, go look to see how the vote took place. So if somebody gets offended, I'm just stating the facts. It's not offense to anyone. I'm just saying is that I'm glad this amendment is on the floor because last time some council members, I took a lot of heat for the proposal of the aid. Some council members said that they publicly said they didn't want aides, and others voted no, indicating that they didn't agree with us hiring aides. But then the whole council decides to hire aides. That's all I said. I didn't say anything against anyone. We got to stop being defensive. As the truth is there, just look at the record. Every time I say something, I say, look at the record. My vote is yes on the amendment. This will give an opportunity to the ones that are against this ordinance or giving themselves an increase, like my council colleague Abdelaziz. He's just deciding not to take the increase, then every council member has the opportunity. I wish we would have done that when we created the aid positions. My vote is yes to the amendment.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
So, when the issue of the tablets came in, I was me. I say I don't want a tablet, I got the tablet.
Then the pandemic.
And there was no pandemic. So then the pandemic came in, the tablets worked real good. So, but in that time, Al said he didn't want it, so I didn't want it, right? You remember? Now, so the pandemic came in, everybody was forced to get a tablet. So, hey, yeah, so, and the tablet had been good, not only for the council, had been good for the whole entire city. Because the tablet had been working even for fire out there, they could be on hand and jobs and all that stuff. So it's here. We improved that. When the AIDS situation came in, it was what year? 2018, 20? Three or four people didn't want it. I was the first one didn't want it. I got 3. But 2020 census tell me get 3 because we went over 160,000 people in the city of Paterson, so I needed help. So I justify it, right? So today, I have brought some facts regarding what's going on with the comparing some stuff with the other things, and I agreed on the amendment. So I'm not gonna say if I need it or not need it down the road, because I gotta tell you something, I'm not gonna be a hypocrite, okay?
That's right.
I don't have the luxury to go, and I have my personal, I'm not gonna put it out here to just to protect myself, why I don't have a second job, right? But you see me here, and I'm gonna put it like it is. You see me here, the reason I cannot do probably what the job you want me to do, I had 3 spine surgery. I'm walking by mercy,
You don't have to.
right? I don't have to explain all this.
No.
But people out there knows that the 41,000 plus money that I get from the taxpayer, they see a proactive councilman out there. Boots to the ground. Even if some people say that my job is not to do what I do, that is resolution ordinance, but I can ignore the condition of the city. I have to work a little bit harder till my city looks better, right? And this is take cooperation with who? The administration. Election not over, with the administration. And I'm gonna continue working into where I see the city moving forward in every aspect. So saying that, the mayor don't have a blank check, and I believe that he's gonna be wise, and I think he deserves, not he, anybody that looks and loves Paterson. And you know, there are a lot of talent out there that are working out of our city because they cannot put their talent to work here. And they wanna come back and get back to Paterson. So saying that, for the first reading, my vote is yes.
No, the amendment first.
Oh,
Amendment.
amendment. What is it? So you don't need a yes for that? Okay.
Yeah, no, we're
So
good.
amendment, yes.
Madam President,
On the amendment, yes.
For amendment, yes. I have another
vote
chance
is-
to another speech, so let me get ready. I know, just
the
kidding.
vote is
Roll
5
call.
5 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call? on
Yes, Madam
item-
President. Roll call on first reading with the amendments. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm going to use my 2 minutes to wrap up. I try to become the voice of reason here. The department heads, you want to attract talent, thinking for the future. You need to amend this, right? We all understand this. When smaller towns with less responsibility, less staff make more than our department heads, they're going to leave here. So when you got good talent, you want to keep them. If you want to attract new talent, you have to attract them here. I'm very happy. I want to thank my colleagues that voted yes to amend this opt-out clause, right? At the end of the day, it's hard to hear. The way this government works, we give ourselves our salary, meaning the council votes on the council salary, we vote on the elected official salary, which is not how it usually works, right? So I'm happy that we put this opt-out clause, because if people don't want to take this increase, they don't have to take this increase, right? And I'm not saying, there's some council members that work really, really hard, and they deserve it. They deserve it. But this opt-out clause, now the residents of the city of Paterson, you're upset with this? The mayor wants to give him, take the new salary, that's up to him. You can hold him accountable for that. If I want to take the new increase, you can hold me accountable. So I'm glad that there's this opt-out clause. Because if it wasn't, and it passes, even the people that voted no will still get the increase. They can't even give it back, even if they stood back. So this opt-out clause also allows the people that vote no on this to not get the salary increase. So thank you, council colleagues. This is what Jersey City did. At the end of the day, the residents could hold the elected officials accountable. And you know what? The residents know who's working really hard. The residents know. So my vote is yes, and hopefully we can move forward.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
I love when we use references for places like Jersey City for stuff like this, but I brought forward a presentation once before to talk about what Jersey City does in holding its developers accountable by making them commit to 20% of their project back into the community. When here we watch developers such as Roisman and Penrose be gifted 17 acres of land, gifted $90+ million. So I applaud every council person that's willing to be boots in the ground and out there and picking up your garbage for you and doing all those things. But the job that we're actually elected to do is holding the administration accountable, being fiscally responsible. We fail. This council gets an F grade at it. The percentage that's being proposed for the BA's position is 45%. And we're talking about employees who still have been denied for 4 years 2% incremental raises that they're entitled to by contract. 2%. So if you make $50,000, which we know the average DPW worker doesn't make $50,000, it's more like 30, 38, 37. But if you make $50,000, 2% is $1,000 additional added to your check. Divide that amongst 52 and see what you're getting. But if you made $110,000, a 2% increase would be $2,200. So why are we granting the opportunity to give 45%? 45%. Jersey City, again, developers putting up buildings in Jersey City, the requirement, $22 million, $25 million to build a school. We're letting all our schools be overcrowded. We're making very poor decisions here. This is just another example of that. I sat here where people had 20 years of tenure, let things like that go by. And you're wondering why the city's bleeding out? You're wondering why we have nothing, no resources? Because this here, we'd rather give raises to a group of 9 than see crews and fleets of people be I don't even want to say rewarded, just paid fairly. Paid fairly. While this administration took $1 million from CDBG, from the first-time homeowners project, to give to a developer that's leaving out with a $15 million developer's fee. But we're being fiscally responsible. This is disappointing, but I'm gonna just say this, make this last comment, because there's 2 types of people. There's the kind of person that goes to school every day and gets bullied and beat up for his lunch money. And then after a while, you won't even have to beat that person up anymore. He's just gonna give you his lunch money. That's not me. I'm gonna be right here kicking and scratching and punching. I'm gonna be bleeding. You gotta knock me unconscious before I stop fighting on behalf of my community. And if anything that I've said here tonight is a lie, then point out the fact. Was it the zoning officer? Was it the chief of police? Was it the personnel director or director of CI? Which lie did I spew? All of these things are facts, and this is how our community is being treated. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
We discussed this for an hour and a half. People out there knows what's facts and what's not fact. My vote is yes. We are not giving a salary increase to anybody. Everybody's salary is staying as it is. If any of the increase goes, we're setting a range. Is the administration will give them an increase. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
So Paterson, the good thing about this being a first reading is that the final vote will not take place until June the 28th. So after today's meeting, you would have an opportunity to go online and to pull this document and see for yourself what is being outlined. And I want you to do that for 2 reasons. One, on most of them, there are salary ranges, but on some, it's not a range, it's just a number. And I want you to see that because it keeps saying there's a salary range. There's not ranges on some, it's just a number. So it goes from 1 to the next. I want you to see that. But I also want you to watch, if it does pass after June 28th, after it passes, the news article that goes out of the new salary ranges. And I want you to remember tonight, that's why tonight I came in, I said I'm not going into a long dissertation, because I spoke to many employees. We have over 1,400 employees approximately, maybe even over, I don't know the exact number. But when they saw the article that came out, they called. I don't know if they called other council members, but I'm going to talk about the calls I received of people that were crying, that have worked for this city for 16 years and only make $43,000 base salary. 15 years, $41,000 base salary. Can't afford to live in their homes. Some are sleeping in their trucks, and I visited their vehicles where they're sleeping in their vehicles because they can't afford it. And talking to all of these people, and for me, it's not about what social media is saying. I talk to the employees because they call. They talk to you, and you have a conversation, and when they pull out their pay stub, and you see it for yourself, it'll bring you to tears. You elected me to make sure that we do what's right. I'm not saying that the people that are listed don't work. I'm not saying they do work. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when it comes to our employees and the workers, and not just DPW, because I know we talk about DPW all the time. We have more than DPW workers. We have people that are in our health department, people in finance, I mean, so many different places whose salaries are not where they need to be. And I know we talk about labor contracts and negotiations, but they've been fighting for steps for years and never got it. For years. We're not privy to be in those meetings, but for years they've been fighting for steps, which is something that I think is important. It's almost similar to ranges. So Paterson, I want you to get the document, see it for yourself, and if this gets approved, I want you to wait a couple months, and I want you to see. Now, if it goes where no one gets a raise, then it probably was okay to do it. But if you see these raises go up to what's being talked about, you'll know that the votes that went on tonight in the affirmative, you'll know why we voted that way. So I'm not here to attack of who voted no against something 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. This is what's before us. And what I see in front of us, some are ranges, some are not. But I'm concerned about the employees, that when we pick up the phone because we need something done, we have to call the employees to go out to fix, the employees to go and take care of the employees who stood on the front line for COVID. And I could go on and on about the employees and all the stuff they have done over the years. And here's the biggest point before I vote. The employees have been here longer than us. They've been here longer than we have. And so sometimes we have to consider that, because when you talk about department head and all the titles that are listed, they don't get salary increases. They get what's in the ordinance. And what's before us is a change or an amendment to the ordinance to ensure that they get more. That's what is before us, because they don't get increases per our ordinance and our law that's in the book. So this is to amend that so that they can have ranges. So let's watch and see after this gets done where it goes, how it happens. But as it stands, as you already know, Paterson, I'm going to stand with our employees. I'm going to stand with our homeowners that can't afford anything else. Property taxes, sewer tax, I can't even go on. But Paterson, you already know, my vote is absolutely, emphatically no. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
So, if you notice on this ordinance, right, it says prior salary. There is a city engineer with a range of 130 to 170. And the discussions that we had in the Finance Committee, there's 4 members here that sit in Finance. The administration at one time was contemplating hiring an engineer that didn't have experience, right? But the way our ordinances are structured right now, you pay those positions regardless of experience, right? So for example, the administration wanted to hire someone that had over 20 years of experience. The ordinance that we had in place, we could not hire that person because that person would not come in at that salary. Now, I'm going to bring you another example of how the current ordinance does a disservice to when I mean the current, the one that was previously passed, the one that we have in the books now, how it does a disservice to the residents and also to the city. You brought up a previous CFO that we had here. That person was hired at the time, I think the salary was set at 120 for a CFO. That person did not have experience in municipal government at all. Not saying the person wasn't smart, I'm not talking about her performance. What I'm saying is, that person was getting the same salary that the previous CFO would have gotten, that had almost 20 years of experience, which is the one that Councilman Jackson mentioned before, which is Matt Sharon, which is not fair. You're paying someone without experience the same amount of money for 120 as someone with a lot of experience. And you cannot attract a CFO. If you look in the state website, it's public information. Look on all the towns around, cities similar to us. You cannot attract a CFO, experienced CFO, for $140,000. That's what the ordinance is right now that we have in the books. So all we're doing here is establishing a range, and I said this 20 times, but we did it before for the engineer. This is not creating or increasing anyone's salaries. Now with the clause that we just adopted, that was the only portion that we're increasing. We're increasing the mayor's salary and the council salary. Now, if any council feel that they should, that their performance or they feel that they're not entitled, they don't need the money, that's on them. Also, if you feel that the mayor is going to take this and be irresponsible with the funding, you vote on a budget every year. Penalize him at that time. Give him a hard time. Don't vote on his budgets. Right? You put in the trust. Just same way that people put the trust on him, we're putting the trust on him. Every time we approve a budget, we put in the trust on him. Every time we approve a capital plan, we're putting the trust on him. We're not even voting on an increase. We're voting on salary ranges. Right? The mayor has to make decisions every day. The administration have to be responsible with the resources of the city. If that's the case, then we will not vote on anything on this council if we don't trust them. That being said, I'm not going to address the other things because it's irrelevant. It's not part of this. I'll do that another time. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
DCA was involved in this analysis of ranges. The administration and council president had a long conversation with DCA. They even recommended to go to do the salary range for any administration in their cities in the state of New Jersey. They recommended. They are the financial monitors for Paterson. And one of the things I know, they probably want to get out of that monitor as soon as we are our own, right? And not be in top of, DCA be in top of us. And we are close to that. But I just want to clear the air here a little bit about our employees. Our employees are represented by 17 presidents that represent unions in the city of Paterson. 17 unions. We have 17 unions, labor union. 17. They are the one responsible not to settle for less. They are responsible to not settle for less. And that's why we have unions, reps, and unions in government to represent those that pay the due fee to represent them. One day I said in this council that I would like to see a committee, a labor committee, but it's not going to be allowed because that's an administrative decision. They are the one that sit with them. They are the one that bargain, and they are the one that get agreement. One thing I want to see is, Mayor, if this pass down the road in the second reading, please, there's people waiting for a contract signed, especially police, fire, others, to make sure that comes in front of us and they could have that retroactive deserved pay. But the unions are supposed to do the work that Councilwoman Mims is saying, taking care of the employee of the city. You know, when I see the salary of the city clerk right now, and I compare it with the salary of other smaller city, you're not gonna tell me she don't deserve a raise. And she runs elections, she does a lot, she have a lot of employees in charge, so, and I know she say after hours like today, she's gonna stay until 2 o'clock in the morning. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President.
So, every month, I sit down with the DCA monitor, and there are various things that are discussed, that is discussed with the administration, but there's a section for council. Within this ordinance, this was discussed, and I could put it on record, okay, that I had a direct discussion even with the lieutenant governor about this. This ordinance, actually, believe it or not, was scrutinized to the point where there was some changes made to it to lower certain salaries. The ordinance that we have in front of us today is an amendment for ranges. And yes, correct, there will be an increase for the mayor's position because that is an elected position. So the mayor doesn't, oh, I like you, I voted for you, so you get this amount, but I don't like you, so you get this amount. You can't do that. Okay, to set salary, as well as the council salary is also a set salary, we're elected. Yes, there is increases, absolutely, for those two positions. But there's also now this amendment that if you don't support this, you will gladly not reap the benefits because you're against it, so you won't be able to opt out of it. And for those council members that don't have a second job, that do need it, because let's keep it real. Everyone is living in this city, and we're all going through the same things. Maybe not at the same level, but we're all in this fight together. And so to continue what I was stating, this ordinance will be setting salaries for the officials. I, on a personal, had a conversation with the mayor, and I did express certain things that I hope, right? Because like Councilman Velez, I think Councilman Velez is the one that keeps saying it, this is not a blank check, right? This is not so you can go ahead. But I do know that we have talent here. I do know that we need to attract talent in other areas, all right? And this will give an opportunity to allow the administration to be able to give those increases, not the city council. So with that said, Madam Clerk, on this first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on first reading with the amendments, and legal department will make the necessary corrections. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of June 28, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Council President.
Thank you very much. So,
Council President.
yes, I am, Mayor, I'm going to allow you to speak, but I do want, because I know there's a family here that's been waiting on something, so Madam Clerk, after the mayor makes his statement, I'm going to take item 53.
Thank you, Council
Mayor?
President. I'm also here for another issue. I'd like to address the family of Felix de Jesus. When we met in my office, stated that Director Jerry Spezial would be the contact and provide you with information, and he has. Yet he has. Unfortunately, he's not here tonight, but I do have some information to share with you because of his absence. I'm sorry.
No,
Allow
no,
me to
no,
finish.
no
I'm
talking back,
addressing you.
no talking back.
And professional and polite. Our attorney has contacted your attorney relative to the body camera footage, which will be released. I know that's been requested in the past. Terribly sorry. No, sorry. You're getting information.
Okay,
I'm here to provide that because the designated individual within my administration is not here. So I'm here to address you relative to that. So you're aware of it, but that was the information that I just received and I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
okay, thank you much. Nothing else, Mayor?
Language is unprofessional.
Okay,
Very
Mayor,
unprofessional.
Mayor.
It's no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I provided you with information. Council President. Council
He
President.
just doesn't get the opportunity to talk to the family however you want to. Think he's bigger
Councilman,
than-
you're the last
bigger than
person to
Justin.
talk about discourse.
Okay, this
Last
is wrong.
person with your
All right.
You don't just get to talk
incendiary
to people
Mayor.
who
language.
lost somebody.
Mayor.
Obviously, you don't
Councilman.
care anything about. Don't come in here and
No,
act
you're
so
the last
callous.
person. You're the last person.
Why?
You're the
Why
last
is that?
person.
Councilman and
Why is
Making
Mayor.
that?
derogatory
Councilman and
statements
Mayor.
about Jews.
Mayor.
Incendiary
Councilman.
language.
Wow.
Okay.
Here you have a family that
All right,
lost
Madam
someone,
Clerk, we're taking a
and you
break.
coming in here
5 minutes.
addressing them
Ming.
with the nonsense.
Break.
Now you're referring to a
Providing
comment that I made.
information.
Providing information. You're a clown, man. You come in, you're gonna let him just address
Come
the
on,
family like
Councilman.
that.
Councilman, please.
Please what?
Come on, Councilman.
Please, that was
Let's
disrespectful.
keep order here. This is
That
horrible.
was disrespectful.
Last
This is-
person to
Mayor.
talk about
That was
this.
disrespectful.
Mayor,
You
Council
you
President.
try to utilize a platform to
I
give them
can't-
information they already have,
Mayor.
to make it seem as if he's doing something.
Councilman.
And you just let him sit here and do
Councilman.
that.
Councilman, just
No,
like
no,
Councilman,
no. I'm not going to
Councilman
allow. I'm not
Jackson,
going to sit here and allow
Councilman
that to
Jackson,
happen.
Councilman
If no one else
Jackson,
refuses
Councilman
to
Jackson,
address it, I
Councilman
will
Jackson.
address it. And I dare anyone to try to make me stop. I
Councilman,
will address it. If no one else has enough gumption,
Councilman.
enough gall to address
Councilman, I am
the
trying to bring
mistreatment,
order.
then I will
Councilman.
address it.
Councilman Jackson, and to everyone, everyone has the right to speak, okay? But you don't
You
have
curb
the right.
every single one of them.
Councilman,
Every
you're
time
being
they say
disrespectful
something,
right now,
you
Councilman.
curb every one of them. They're out here, you're making threats to
Councilman
eject
Jackson,
people,
Councilman
and then let
Jackson,
him
I'm
sit
talking
here
about
and
order.
address the family that way.
Councilman.
Well, then eject me
Councilman,
then.
Councilman,
If you
I
feel
am
as if what
asking
I'm
you,
doing is so far out of order, then have me
Councilman
removed.
Jackson, I am.
I'm not going to sit here and allow that to happen. I will not. Even if
Councilman
it's not
Jackson,
my
you're being
family, I'm not going to let somebody come in here and so callously disrespect the family that way.
Council
Councilman,
President.
And if
I am-
anybody else
no,
is
no,
not
no.
going to say
Councilman.
anything, I will.
Councilman
Let
Jackson,
him
and
address
this
me
is what
that
I'm
way.
gonna
Let him
say.
have me.
Councilman
Let him
Jackson.
speak to me the way he spoke to the family at the
Councilman
Masonic Temple.
Jackson.
The threats that he gave to the family then, because he's under armed guard, having his police officers
Council
harass
President.
people.
What
Let's
you're
talk
doing-
about that.
incendiary
Let's talk about
language.
that.
What you're doing-
Let's talk about a city
This is
employee
all wrong.
putting his hands on a member of the public who was
Councilman-
peaceful. No, stop interrupting me.
No, you
Stop interrupting
stop
me.
being
No, stop
disrespectful.
Council
interrupting me.
President.
Let's talk about that.
This is wrong.
Let's talk
what
about
you're
let's
doing,
talk about an
Councilman.
armed police officer
Council
putting his
President.
hands on a family
Councilman,
member.
The decorum
Let's
of
talk
this
about
has
that.
to
Call for
stop.
a recess.
No,
Councilman,
if you don't want to allow it
this
to
is
address
wrong.
it, I
Call
will
for a
address
recess.
it.
Councilman,
No, I will
the
address it.
decorum-
If nobody
Councilman
else wants to address
Jackson,
it, I will.
Councilman, this is about the
Look,
decorum
he doesn't
and about
even
the
travel
respect.
without an armed guard,
Councilman
and he's
Jackson,
over here talking reckless to
you
family
know
members.
the order, Councilman.
It doesn't matter.
Councilman-
We don't need quorum to be honest, to
Councilman,
be truthful.
Councilman Jackson.
He only travels with armed guards,
Councilman
making
Jackson.
threats to the family.
Council
then
President.
he's going to come here and so
Councilman, this is wrong.
callously say
Councilman
something else.
Jackson,
Let
I
the
am
family come to
Incendiary
the
language.
microphone.
Councilman
If you're going to give
Jackson.
him the microphone, let the family come to the microphone and address
Councilman
him back.
Jackson, you are, Councilman, this
No,
is
let the
out
family
of
address
order.
him.
You are out of
You're
order,
going to let him say
Councilman
a few
Jackson.
words and then peel off. Get
Councilman
outta here,
Jackson,
man.
you know that you're out
That's
of order,
terrible.
and now I'm going to ask.
I will be out of order every single
Councilman
night
Jackson,
if
not
someone
only are
comes
you
in
out
and
of
disrespects
order,
the family that way.
Councilman Jackson, the
Because if it's
same way
my
you
family,
have the right
he
to
would not be
speak,
doing that.
the same way
Trust
you have
me.
the right to speak, Councilman Jackson, so does the mayor.
Okay.
Okay, and if
well,
the
if
mayor,
he's going to address the family,
Councilman
then let
Jackson, you
give the
can't
family
tell
an
the mayor
opportunity.
how to address.
Give the family. Yes,
Councilman
I can.
Jackson,
Yes, I can.
if he wanted
I
to
can.
address the family,
I could check him on his
Jackson,
inappropriate behavior.
Councilman
I have the
Jackson.
right to do that.
Councilman,
It's the council chambers, not the mayor's chambers. And if he wants to
Councilman,
disrespect
and
the family
Councilman,
inappropriately,
Councilman,
I will
and you
address
are
it
correct.
even when you won't.
Councilman, this is the people's house. And Councilman,
And you
know
keep
very
muffling
well
the people.
decorum. Councilman, but you're not letting me speak. Okay,
I'm
you're
not
not letting
gonna-
me
I'm not
speak.
gonna
If
let
the,
you
council, if the
just
mayor wanted to
spill
address
over
the
that.
family, okay, the family's gonna have an. You can't speak right now.
They're going to
Not
have
right
an opportunity to speak
Not
after he
right-
done left,
Count-
after he gets escorted out under
Councilman
armed police guard.
Jackson,
Come on.
absolutely not. Councilman,
Guy's
let
a
me
coward.
speak. Right now, we don't have Oh, we do have a quorum. But all I am saying is this, all right? No one in any way, and for the people out here, I truly apologize to you, Paterson, to everyone here. This is not the way we run our meetings, all right? The mayor wanted
Council
to
President, we
address
don't have
the
a
family,
quorum.
and the family
We don't have a
has
quorum.
continuously come here week by week for answers, all right? The mayor is here today. They're gonna have the opportunity. Nobody's saying. So to say here that the family doesn't have the opportunity, that is a lie and that is wrong. And all I'm saying is for us to please have a decorum on this council. This is why people think it can come here and be disrespectful.
Council President.
This is wrong, and I understand. We can't run, we can't hold the meeting. We have to stop the meeting because we don't have a quorum. We don't have. This is not the way we conduct.
Let's call a recess, Council President, until we got quorum back.
This is. We
I sit here every
do not
night.
have-
I don't get up and run off.
Okay.
I don't get up and leave at
Okay,
9:30.
we got a quorum.
I sit here on every single night on every single
Paterson,
issue.
you're looking at this right
I
now.
sit here every
All I
single
am
night
saying is for
on
those
every
of
single
you
issue.
that-
Yes, Paterson.
Okay.
Look at the
this-
mayor sitting
no,
here and
but Councilman
callously
Jackson, you are wrong
addressing the
because you're
family.
speaking without being given the floor, okay?
I don't need the floor.
And yes, you
I'll
do,
take the floor.
Councilman.
I'll
No,
take the floor.
Councilman, that's
And
not the way.
and I-
Councilman
I'll
Jackson,
take the
you
floor.
don't like to be disrespected.
I'm not gonna let him
and that is
do
all you're
that
doing today.
without it being
But-
addressed.
But the mayor wanted to address, the family's gonna have the opportunity.
Let him come to the microphone while he's
They've come
here.
here week by week to
Don't let
ask,
him
where's the
scurry
mayor?
off.
Where's the mayor? Where's the mayor?
let him
And the
scurry
mayor
off
is
from the police
here.
guard.
Okay? Okay, so please don't, listen, I,
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to
Corporation
address
Counsel.
this issue. So there was a Oprah request for the body camera video by a newspaper. We supported that request in court, and we actually asked the judge to issue an order to permit the city to produce it. In addition to that, I personally reached out to the De Jesus family's attorney yesterday, and I told them that this decision was coming down and that we should liaison so that we can get the body camera to the family as soon as possible. So once we were able to get
Please.
Once we were able to get that court order allowing us to release it, I immediately contacted their attorney, and just for the record, and this is public record, anyone can go to the courthouse and see this, we supported getting that order to allow us to release it, and my goal in supporting that order was to get it to the family. So I just wanted to put that out there, Council President, for your edification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to take, we have a family here, so I'm going to take item 53.
Yes, Madam President.
Can you please read it into the record?
Next item on the agenda and our non-consent item is item number 53, resolution designating Columbia Avenue between Michigan and Buffalo Avenue to also be known as Sergeant Christian Bruno Galdos Way, sponsored by Councilman Abdelaziz and Council President Davila. City Council Resolution 22361.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Council President Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 53 for approval.
Roll call on item number 53 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So to the Bueno Galdos family, thank you for being patient.
You can
And
stand. You can stand.
You could stand, and I would actually ask them to come up, please. This is a very, very,
Pasen al micrófono.
this is a very, very sad story, but today we're going to celebrate
Pasen al micrófono.
Sergeant Christian Bueno Galdos. I was not fortunate enough to know Christian, but I am fortunate enough to know his village and his family. I was fortunate enough to now looking at his picture, I was fortunate enough to coach his cousin, Kevin, in soccer. I learned that Christian and I went to school together. He was a senior, I was a freshman. And the mayor, on Memorial Day, put a nice tribute to Christian. And I thought, my council colleagues, put a nice tribute on Memorial Day. And I say Memorial Day because May 11th, about 13 years ago, May 11th, 2009, Christian died in the line of duty in Iraq, serving this country. Today we celebrate Flag Day. And then I sat down that morning before I see as I see the family every year at Hayden Heights. And I thought about as being the street naming chair. We've sat here and honored and renamed streets for countries, people. And then I said, he deserves it more than anyone else. And I want to make sure that the residents on Columbia Avenue, where he grew up with his family, residents of the 6th Ward, know that a hero lived on that block. And I promise you, while I sit on this 6th Ward Council, and I live in the 6th Ward, we will not forget your son, a hero. People will drive by there and know who Sergeant Christian Bueno Gallos is. And I want to thank Council President, because I called you that morning right away. I was getting ready, and I said, and I was upset. I was upset because someone like him shall never be forgotten. Shall never be forgotten. And I called the mayor right after. I said, that post you put, I was like, we need to do more. Not just on Memorial Day. Every single day, people are going to see that sign. So, to Bueno family, it's sad, right? But we are going to celebrate everything that your son has done, right? And that's what we do in the city of Paterson. That's what we do in the 6th Ward. We're here, and we'll never forget him. And hopefully, I'm going to invite everyone now on his birthday, August 16th, or close to it. We'll coordinate together. We'll unveil that street sign. God willing, this council approves this, and we'll make sure our hero will always be in our memory. I proudly vote yes. And we had Tony Vancheri here, Paterson Veterans Council. He left, but he was here, and he knows we're going to work together. We'll never forget. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Welcome, sir.
One, to the family, I'm so grateful and thankful for the sacrifice that your family has made, as I have a son who serves this country as well right now, who's out in service overseas right now. So I understand the sacrifice and the ultimate sacrifice, the ultimate price that he paid with his life so that we can enjoy, freedom and prosperity in our country. So it is truly, truly appreciated. And this is part of the reason why I'm here and fight so hard, so that his life was not lost in vain, that reality of fair, equal freedom and prosperity is realized, where we don't have to lose people on our community streets as we lost his life overseas in Iraq. It's unfortunate, but it seems as if today the streets of Paterson has become very familiar with where your son has lost his life. And that's what we need to continue this fight, to make sure that we're ensuring the safety of our people and all of our children, the rest of your beautiful children here on our streets in the city of Paterson. It is very unfortunate what the city has become. And I just, in remembrance of his life, I hope that we all can realize that we need to do better here in our community. So I'll proudly support this and would love to drive past it and seeing his name on that sign. But his name on that street should represent that more work is needed right here in our own community to make this city a place in which he went off to fight so hard for. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So to this family, I see grief still heavy on your faces and your eyes, and even the tears are still streaming for some. But even to know that he earned the rank and title of a sergeant speaks volumes, to have people from Paterson serve on our behalf. They make sacrifices, they lay down their life, and unfortunately his life was taken. But to bring forth such an item to remember him is one of the least things that we can do for someone that has served this country. So in his honor and to this family, I will continue to pray for you. But for this item, I will definitely vote yes. And then I'll definitely try my best to be at the day of the unveiling, because it's so important that we stand in solidarity when people lose their life, especially on behalf of the country that they love and they were sworn in to serve. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
We have voted on many street namings before, but this one definitely is one of the ones that I'm going to remember after I'm no longer on the council. This young man sacrificed his life for our freedom, to defend, whatever cause we had at the time in Iraq. And I am proud to just be able to be here on this council and vote for this naming of the street. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Today I was at Willowbrook Mall and I was passing by one of the restaurants and I saw 2 military personnel. And they didn't saw my face, but I passed by them and I said, thank you for your service. I have a nephew that he's a master sergeant. He's still active, 23 years in the Army. My father was a Vietnam veteran. I had a lot of respect for the military, for the United States defense. Now, when I read a resolution, and it's in the first whereas that says that Sergeant Christian Bueno Galdos was born in Molendo, Peru, and came, 1983, and came to Paterson, finished his high school and decided to go to the Army. That was his choice. This sent a message, how many individuals come to look for their dreams, their American dreams, to the United States, from any part of the Caribbean, South America, Central America, you name it. They was not born here in the United States, but they decide to come here looking for their dream, the American dream. But in that American dream, they decide to fight for the American dream and that freedom in that moment when he had to go to Iraq. So that's why from heaven I say to him, thank you for your service. And I know the family quite good, and I know that they may remember him every time. And I hope what happened in Iraq do not discourage the youth to still defend our country. And those that decide to do that, I gotta say beforehand, thank you for your service. My son is looking for that career. He was a week in West Point University, and he's looking for that career. That's his choice. Thank you, family. Gracias por prestarnos a tu hijo. Gracias por prestarnos a tu hijo. Que cada día nosotros nos quitaremos el sombrero y decirle gracias por prestarnos a su hijo. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
A la familia Buenos Galdo, as your representative, all right, it's an honor to have this item before us, to support. Hoy Mollendo, un hijo de Mollendo está en el cielo, pero hoy representando con orgullo lo que él, dando su vida, y se lo digo en español para que entiendan, el honor que me da poder apoyar esta resolución nombrando la calle Columbia Avenue como Sargento Cristian Bueno Galdo's Way. This is a little more special because I'm very close to the family, okay? And when Councilman Abdelaziz called me, you know, it was like, why didn't we do this before? But I'm a firm believer that everything happens for a reason and when it needs to happen. And to have it today, on a day like today, Flag Day, right, is very special. Tuesday, August 16th, is his birthday. So we're gonna have to figure something out because it's a Tuesday and it's a council meeting, okay? And probably, hopefully maybe have a break. But with that said, you know, to the family, you know, I'm just so proud. And every year for Memorial Day, we go up to Hayden Heights and we're there in honor of him and all of those that have gave, you know, the ultimate sacrifice, which is their life for us, for our freedom. So to that, I'm gonna say, que viva Perú y que viva Sargento Cristian Buenos Galdo. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mayor.
Yeah.
¿Quiere alguien de la familia, la mamá? Does a person want to speak on behalf of the family?
Madam President, may I announce the vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. Deja que ella llame.
Yes, it gives me great pleasure to announce the vote for item number 53. All my 6 council members who are here voted yes, and with the 3 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Okay, very good. ¿Alguien de la familia quiere decir algo? Okay. Just put your name for the record.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kayla Gravier. I am Christian's niece, and such an honor for me to be here speaking in regards to my guardian angel. I just want to say he always believed in fighting for what he loved, and that's one of the main reasons why he joined the Army. He was immensely family-orientated. He under no circumstance ever missed a Christmas. You know, no matter the distance, he always made sure he was here and kept a strong bond. But I just want to thank you, you know, for the approval, and my family is very proud, and thank you.
Thank you. Mamá, ¿no quiere decir nada? Tú puedes hablar en español.
Sí, yo soy la hermana.
Okay,
Mi
okay.
mamá está en Perú.
Okay.
Agradezco a todos. No puedo dejar de llorar cuando lo nombro Cristian. Pero estoy muy orgullosa de mi hermano. Y muchísimas gracias por todo. Gracias.
Okay. Qué bueno. Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. 2009, I was the councilman, and I sadly made that visit to the home. Christian was only 25 years old, came from Peru at, I believe he was 7 years old, and went to Tech and was going to study medicine, but he chose to serve our country, and he died in the line of duty. So I commend the council on taking this very appropriate action, and look forward to the day where we'll pay proper tribute to an American hero on August 16th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Muchas gracias. I want to take the second reading item. Do we have quorum? Yeah. We're going to do the second, or you want to do your appointment? Okay.
We should announce his exit under
sorry,
armed guard.
Madam Clerk, can you please read item 54 for the record?
Yes, Madam President. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 54, resolution appointing Eddie Gonzalez as a constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilman Rivera, City Council Resolution 22362.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 54 for approval.
Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, under normal circumstances, I mean, I would stand in support, but considering, one, the councilman just opted not to run for re-election, his tenure here will be up in a matter of several days. You have a newly elected councilman coming in, and here you're going to have him make a political appointment to appoint a constable on his exit. This is the kind of stuff right here. This is the jokes that go on. But Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Rivera.
So, at one time I appointed, we appointed as a council, a second ward councilman. And that person actually did appointments to some of the authorities.
No.
And that person was only here for like 2-3 months until the decision was made pertaining to the second ward. The bottom line is, I am still councilman, I still have the appointment, and I am proud to appoint Eddie Gonzalez as a constable. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
So let me tell you how this works. He co-appoint him for 3 years.
That's it.
It's up to the other councilman to reappoint him because the other councilman has 5 still appointment to do, and that's it.
That's it.
It's a process. Eddie Gonzalez, there's some duties that comes with the constables and responsibility. I hope that with this appointment, you could represent Paterson in that position with class and dignity. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
55, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 55. Item number 55 reads, resolution honoring Honorable Flavio Rivera for his many years of service to the city of Paterson, sponsored by Council President Davila and the Honorable Council members, City Council Resolution 22363.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Council President Davila and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 55 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, I must say, this is a moment to celebrate because, listen, there's nothing personal. I want everyone to be clear. One, I regarded him once before as a respectable person who came here with concerns, but through the years, I've witnessed the very poor decision-making. Let's talk about Marge Sharon. That's the first thing. What he did to Marge Sharon was extremely disrespectful by callously removing her budget from her salary from the budget, the line item from the budget, and then turning around to try to acknowledge her and praise her for the many years of impeccable service that she rendered to the community. So many decisions that I could sit here and just ponder about, but it really makes no sense. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Kalik. Number 55.
Yes, Councilman Rivera, he not only served the city council, and previously he has served the Board of Education. He's been on many boards as well. Definitely, we're gonna miss him. I think while he was here for 4 years, he got things done. He did get things done, even though a lot of the times that we did not agree on many issues, but he got things done. And once again, congratulations, Councilman. And enjoy your time off with your family. I know you got a daughter. And we still got a couple of more meetings left. And hopefully we'll see you on every meeting here as well as a public. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Is it Abdelaziz first, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry?
Action, does it go back to
Oh,
Councilman
Councilman,
Abdelaziz?
I'll get to him afterwards. He was sitting.
I'll pass.
Okay. Councilman Rivera? Councilman Velez?
So, first of all, Honorable Councilman at-Large Flavio Rivera, I have to have a respect. Why are you here? Why you here? Why are you here? First of all, I had to respect the people that voted him here. It was an election process that got him here. So I had to respect that. So on behalf of those individuals that voted for you, I want to say thank you. Why thank you? Because he sit next to me, and I don't know everything though. You know, let's be honest. You could use this video for other things, but we wasn't born knowing everything, and sometimes, you know, the shoemaker for the shoe and the dentist for the dentist, for the teeth and other things. So he was here. So a lot of things that are numbers and things operational of counting and this and that. So I have to ask him and get some clarifications and stuff. So I had to commend you on that. You know, you have 20 years of experience doing that. You know, if you look at his resolution, short and sweet, but speak of himself. Speak how Flavio Rivera is. And whoever tried Flavio and wants a real friend, tell you the truth. Now, if you want to lie, you could choose other ways in the right side. But if you want a true, real friend, a person that cares and advise the right way, Flavio, I'm really going to miss you, bro. And sorry I used bro, but bro is from Ocoa. in English. But Flavio, thank you for your service, you know, and the time that you're still going to be here to July 1st. You know, we do this for every exiting councilman, no matter how you feel and I don't feel. What I say it is, I feel this way. And if I have to call you for any things to clarification, why not you? If I do it with Morris, why not you? So my vote is yes on this.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Councilman,
You can find out.
you not being on this council is a loss for the city of Paterson. I could say, and you hear or you read about many of the great accomplishments we've accomplished, and I'm going to talk about the 6th Ward right now, is because that gentleman right there. We joke around and we call it, we have a little club called the GTD Club. It's getting things done. That's what Councilman Rivera did with me and his other council colleagues. We got things done. Park improvements, he helped get it done. Our fiscal house in order, Councilman Rivera helped get it done. That doesn't happen overnight. Other council people were here before Councilman Rivera. Nothing really got done when you look at our fiscal house. Our transitional aid is the least amount that we've received from Trenton, and we had a 0% tax increase. Our levy was flat. That doesn't happen overnight. That's because our finance chair, once again, people are entitled to their opinions, but not their facts. And we never agreed. We never agreed. I'll tell you one thing, the sewer bills that went out that I'm getting calls from my residents, we're on opposite ends. But when you want to get things done, you meet in the middle, you agree to disagree, and you go on to the next thing. He served on the school board and did a great job there. He served on the council, and he did a great job here. Tremendous loss for this city. But he's not finished, I can guarantee you. Because I'm going to announce right now that I'm appointing Flavio Rivera to be a commissioner on the Housing Authority, so he could clean things up there. He's going to be my appointment to the Housing Authority. So I'm going to make it public. My appointment's up. Councilman Rivera, I intend on appointing you. And I know you're going to do a great job as a 6th Ward resident. As a 6th Ward resident, I know you're going to fight for all the residents in the 6th Ward. You're not going anywhere. We're going to be talking, and I look forward for what the future has for you. So, Councilman Rivera, my vote is yes on honoring you. Enjoy the time off from this council. Your Tuesday nights will look a lot better, believe me. But I'm going to need your help once you go to the Housing Authority. So, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
So, Councilman Rivera, we served on the school board together. We served here on the council together. And I just want to say your time served has been very well spent. And I'm sure that you'll continue on to do more things as you aspire to do them. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you for recognizing me as the authority to sign this reso. I'd like, if you'll indulge me, just to take a minute or so and acknowledge Councilman Rivera's work for the city. Thank you. And I wanted you to have the last word. That's why I interrupted you. I'm sorry. So I just want to say, Councilman Rivera, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I came under your presidency and watched you as you exhibited leadership in leading this city and being not only a resource for your colleagues on the council, but also for the administration. I saw that you were principled, very principled, and you did what it took to get the point across and to help move this city forward, not only in the council, but your assistance with the administration and certain things like even economic development. So it was a pleasure to work with you, and I thank you for your service. Thank you for that opportunity, Council President.
Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Rivera, thank you for all of, I want to thank you for being a real partner in the work here. And similar to as Councilman Abdelaziz said, while we may not have always agreed, we're always able to talk about it, whether it was in the Finance Committee meetings, whether it's through phone calls and discussing how we're presenting budgets and how you would like them, advice on how it would be best for us to display it. So I do really appreciate the relationship that we were able to have, even when we did not always agree. And we look forward to continuing to call you up and to get your suggestions on presenting to the residents. Thank you.
So, Madam President, it's your turn.
So first I want to say, Councilman Rivera, we've known each other for many, many years. And truly, I say this, I told you this earlier today, that you are going to be missed, and I do believe that it is a loss for the city of Paterson, but I know you're not going far. I told you myself that I'll be reaching out, all right? And I truly believe that the council can't have all financial gurus, right? You gotta have a variety of different individuals, right? And I remember when Morris, because I served with Morris as well, and in finance, and you know, we would call him the financial guru, right? He was our finance chair. And when he decided not to run, I was saddened by it. And then when you decided that you wanted to run, it was like, wow, we're going to have another financial guru with us, to assist us. But I have to say, we've worked closely, we've agreed to disagree, and I'm just truly, truly going to miss you. And I'm definitely, obviously, supporting this. You were elected by the people. I really like what Luis Velez said, because the thousands of people that voted you into office, right, elected you, right? And I was one of those individuals who have always voted for you and voted for you for your election. So, it gives me just great honor to support this item. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on item 55.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
Very good. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take item number 1 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is our second reading ordinance, and it's item number 1. Public hearing is required on this ordinance. Capital ordinance providing for various park improvements by and in the city of Paterson, the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, and appropriating $5.7 million therefore, from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay for the cost thereof. Finance Resolution 22045.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Abdelaziz. The public hearing is now open on item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Abdelaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Madam President?
I'm sorry, yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1
Yes.
for second reading.
Yes, roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz? Oh, he's not there. No, he's not sitting there.
That's what we're doing.
No, he's not
It's
sitting
only
there.
1 second reading.
So Councilman Jackson for second reading, item number 1.
No, he's coming back. He just went to the back real quick. He's coming back.
Where's Councilman Abdelaziz? He's stepping. Okay, so I have to, Councilman Jackson, your vote for item number 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm happy to see this finally coming back through. I see the director is here. Both of our daughters had the opportunity to play tonight on the field. That is well needed refurbishing. There's several young ladies through the years that had to miss the unfortunate opportunity to have actually broken bones off of home plate. And, this is something that's much needed, considering this is one of the great things that Councilman Rivera had done as president when he removed the item to have been done before, only to have the men's fields done first. So I'm happy that this thing is coming forward and actually, on a day like today, to give them an opportunity to right what was wrong then. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Stay swinging. Stay swinging.
Thank you. With this ordinance, I see a major improvement at West Side Park. We'll be doing the tennis court, basketball court, as well as we'll have turf field with lights. We're spending about close to $1.8 million on West Side Park. Thank you for the support, my council colleague. My vote is definitely yes.
Councilman Mims?
Like I always say, parks save lives for our children, and it also provides opportunities to build our family. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
So this is part of the capital plan, and that's what it is, a plan. Sometimes you cannot do everything in 1 year. You need, timing is very important. That's why it's called a 6-year capital plan. At that time, it wasn't financially prudent to proceed with this. If you notice, in the past few years, no other council before this last 4 years worked on the parks like we did, but we needed to be financially responsible. I remember, I agree with, very few things, but some things that Councilman Jackson states is that we have to be mindful of how we spend their money. I remember there was a time, and this is conversations we have in finance, one time we wanted to spend on a park just to do 2 bathrooms and a concession stand, we wanted to spend $500,000. 2 bathroom and the concession stands, probably at the top of the bathrooms, $500,000. So at the time, we had to, in finance, we had to basically evaluate the proposal, right? I learned a lot from Councilman Abdelaziz that have extensive experience working with fields that are, artificial turf fields. And what we always said, him and I, is that we need to analyze how we're spending our funding. We need to spend it on fields that are multi-purpose. That means that you could use it for different sports. And something I told the administration is, we cannot fix all the fields of the city in 1 year. So it's just timing. This is the time that this field's gonna get done. At the time I felt, and some of us, I consulted with other people that work in the city, and this field that Councilman Jackson is mentioning was maintained properly at the time. We actually went over there, then it was in pretty good condition. The only thing is it was an artificial turf, and it didn't have the light. We did say we're gonna do it later, but it's not, again, something you gotta learn on this council. Whenever I wanted something done, I garner the support of my council. The ones that are acting the way they're acting is because they could never get anything done on this council. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
A lot of this project has a name behind it and also has a lobbyist behind all those projects. As I mentioned it before, the public over here present, I heard the word cameras. That's another way to lobby the public sector director probably down the road to make sure that every park, major parks, has a camera. They could identify the grants. They could identify the money to bring some safety to our parks in all levels. Our park needs safety all levels. One of the things that they could look into is how to put a fence along the curve of the river to make sure it's safe. So there's a lot of things that we could do. Before we had the money, now we have the money, the projects are identified. So I know that Roberto Clemente is in that plan to make sure that they get a nice, beautiful fence as requested. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item number 1 for second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is a big, big win for our city. Any investment to our parks will hopefully keep kids off of the street and give families something to do. But this is a very, very big win for the 6th Ward. $1 million is going for 2 new parks in the 6th Ward. This is something that I advocated for along working with Councilman Rivera and Councilman Davila and our at-large members. This is going to areas that don't have parks. While we're seeing development going on in the city, we're creating park opportunities in the 6th Ward. On 23rd Ave, in Trenton Ave, where the old Alabama projects were, the Heritage, those kids, People's Park section, do not have a playground. We're going to take a vacant lot along Route 80 and make it a new playground, state-of-the-art, $750,000 investment for the kids in that part of town. If you going door to door in the Lakeview section, many of my homeowners, many of my residents in the People's Park section, Lakeview section, own dogs. We're taking an area that is prime location for illegal dumping, and speaking to my residents, they want an area to walk their dog, let their dog go out and run, and that's going to be a new dog park. So this is a big, big win for our city, a big win for the 6th Ward, bringing families. You could take your kids to the park, you could take your pets to the dog park, all walking distance from each other. I look forward to work with the administration, and more importantly, Madam BA, and director, once we design these, I want the residents to be involved in the design plan, right? So we do it right, we spend the money right, and Chief, also work with the fire department, because that park is right across the street from the firehouse. Maybe a firefighter or fire-themed park in that area. So I'm excited. As you can see, the residents of the 6th Ward are excited. My vote is yes. Another investment for our youth, $1 million to our ward. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. You're welcome. Madam President?
So I'm going to keep it very short and sweet. Divas, finally, after 8 years, we're getting it done. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 1 is
No.
hereby...
The reason see, why?
Diva, the Diva team. You have to specify the Diva team.
But I didn't have to. I wanted to just say that. I have the right
But
to
nobody
say
knows
that.
what the Diva is sometimes, though.
All right, we understand, and
Are you
my
calling us
apologies, Madam
divas?
Clerk.
I think you're calling the council
My apologies,
divas.
Paterson, that, every council member gets their moment to speak, and when I speak, everyone wants to jump on when I'm speaking. But I will say this, that park is for everyone. What I'm saying, for the past 8 years, it has been a constant ask, and finally, we're getting it done. Commons Field, I can't wait. All right, so Divas is getting done. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
And my dog getting a new park.
The vote is 7 in favor,
Beautiful
2
dog.
absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on 2nd reading.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we're going to take item 3 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 3 for first reading. No public hearing is required on this ordinance. Ordinance creating Paterson Code, Chapter 172, to be entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating Administration.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz.
Discussion.
Discussion,
Quick-
Councilman.
Quickly, thank you, Corporate Council. This council, we have put in place a enforcement. In other words, that instead of having 5 licenses of each, yes, now, we had 6 before. We met in the middle, and now we have each class 3 of them. So that will set us a pilot with, in the future, if they work fine, then we could move forward and add some more based on the ordinance, amend the ordinance. But there's other things down the road. This is in the first reading, I believe it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
And hopefully, we could talk about other things down the road. But the zoning is clear, everything is clear, and the good thing is that they need a blessing from the council, and they still had to come in front of us, and we could say yes or no. So my vote is yes. I'm sorry, I didn't vote. We had a discussion. Go ahead.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 3 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
This is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Corporation Council. Right now, recreation marijuana licenses were up straight to the administration. They could have done anything they wanted, no limits, put them anywhere you want, state guidelines. This stops the insanity, right? All approvals has to come from the council now. It allows the public to address us before an approval comes. There's limitations in zoning. They can't open a commercial district, so if you live near a business district, they cannot open there now. This is putting restrictions in place that is needed. If we don't pass this, the administration gives the license to anyone. They can open in any commercial district. Council has no say, no fees, nothing. This puts some restrictions in place. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
You know, the stats don't lie. Historically, if you look around, if you just Google the amount of people who were impacted negatively by cannabis and other substances, for that matter, it's been a disparaging scale of treatment towards people of color. And when this cannabis issue was first announced statewide, specifically, because I was on a team that was an applicant. The state outlined the fact that you had to have a certain percentage of minority ownership in order to even be considered for a license. And then the licenses went through, little to no minority involvement is taking place. But as Councilman Velez just pointed out, no one, no business, no person, no one would have the ability to get the authority to come into our community and sell recreationally without an outline of what we're expecting. The only thing that I requested, the only thing that I thought is worthy of fighting for is to make sure that someone local, a minority group, is capable of partnering with whomever comes in. We know historically there's a disparaging level of treatment or access to capital and funds when it comes to making investments and things of this nature. You have to be a multi-millionaire in order just to get involved with this. So here it is now, you want to come on my block and you want to sell an illegal substance that I have been criminalized for over the last 100 years and make $2 million in the very first month that it became available. And out of the $2 million, the city gets a return of 2% for taxes. I'm not looking to make more employees. I'm looking to make more owners. And if we're not supporting an initiative to make sure that there's a partnership amongst a local group, I can't support it. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So in this item, there's been some amendments to ensure that it doesn't spill over into our community or directly impact places like our schools or in different areas, or we had it up to 6, it has been reduced. And even in the language, there's different allocations in the language, even based on state law, that has protection and barriers that are on there to ensure that our community is protected. The one thing is that Congressman Donald Payne has been fighting because there is some level of disparity when it comes to who receives state licensing, and he fought for that on the state level. And so for those that will be looking to get a license, they would have to come here for the council to be reviewed and then to be voted on. And so because there's still some level of concern I have, because I continue to say it, with this item, the Black and brown community was heavily impacted with this item. To this point, even till today, their records are not totally expunged. There's a 3-process step in order for them to get total expungement, and we still have thousands of people that still are not at that place. Credit is messed up, housing, job opportunities, and I know this is a step to move us forward, but we are not completely there. So with that stated, and with this item, it's already something that's been passed. It's a law now that's passed. And it's just tough, like, to have these items come before us without having a total restitution for those people that were impacted. But because, it is something that is approved, we have to put some parameters around what will happen in our city to avoid spillage or overage like we have currently with some of the homeless and some of the people sleeping in the parks and through the slides. And some of this language has covered us for that. And with that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So the Commission of Cannabis of the state of New Jersey has set on the rules. The state has set the rules. The request of Councilman Jackson is already a rule on the state level. They the one that are responsible that everybody has a fair share and be participant on it. So they the one that screen the application. They the one that screen everything. The only thing that we are going to have the opportunity is that when the state, before releasing that license, they had to come to the council to give them the okay. So they have the rules set. There's other things that down the road could be amended for safety or quality of life issues. I have seen that people have followed the ordinance of smoking in public. I have seen it myself. So I think that things are going to be working properly if the city of Paterson keep on moving forward this direction. You know, my vote is yes on this.
Thank you. Madam President?
So once again, as I stated earlier, in terms of, sitting, monthly with the Department of Community Affairs, with our fiscal monitor, part of the conversation today, again, was, what is the city of Paterson? What are you doing to bring in ratables, right? And with that, this is a way for us to be able to bring in some money. And even today, Madam BA, correct me if I'm wrong, when the fiscal monitor said you start bringing, you adopt this ordinance, you'll be able to bring in monies, and these monies can also be used to assist with those increases for the lower paying workers, employees. So, there is a lot still to be done. This is a first reading, and, we've been working, it's been quite a few months, all right? And I think that it doesn't have everything that we want, but at least it's a start. So with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on first reading.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of June 28, 2022 at 7 p.m. with a public hearing.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we're going to do the payment of bills, and then we're going to open the public portion, okay?
Yes, Madam President. Next item is our payment of bills, and
So payment of bills for June 14, 2022. We have total payments of $5,234,279.60. Payroll, part of this bills list, we have payroll of $4,612,274.90.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rivera, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
yes, Mr. President. Roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $5,234,279.60. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $5,234,279.60 is hereby adopted.
We'll open up the public portion now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The public portion is now open, and we have 11 speakers, 10, 11, yes. Our first speaker is Ms. Raquel Amador. Please state your name and address for the record. Okay, thank you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm tired. Y'all talk a lot and say a lot of the same thing, repeat it. About the raises, about the ranges, however you want to word it, I might need an extra minute. But however you want to word it, our traffic lights, our patterns still stuck. No ranges, no raises, Can we do tenant and property owner fines and tickets for the garbage? We all bitch and complain about Roselle, but we also need to take responsibility and accountability for us. Are the tenants putting it in properly? Are the property owners, landlords providing them with the receptacles that they need? Get on that. No raises, no ranges. PSC&G still sucks. I have to wait for them to be done with their job so I can get my one-way. Let's wait on these ranges and these raises. Our repaved streets have some new sinkholes in them. Somebody reach out to Canada or Alaska, see what they're using for their roads. Get it together. Our police chief sucks. I need somebody who can disperse our police property. Can we get some tickets? How many tickets are being written? Can we get some revenue? Can we invest in the red light camera system? The intersection, McBride Ave, Spruce Street, Wayne, by the falls, that's a shit show. And we're trying to open Hinchcliffe Stadium. Do you know how many times I've put my car in park to cross students across that street? Why don't we have a crossing guard there? Our lights need to be checked over there. Let's go on a 3-second red light system before the next light turns green. I'm scared to go through a green light within the first 2 Mississippis because dumbasses are flying through the red lights. Let's not talk about ranges and raises because my insurance premium is going up just for living in Paterson. Red light traffic cameras, let's invest in them. We'll get some money. Street cleaning and the cleaners still suck. Can we hire some people to walk behind the street cleaner with a leaf snowblower to pick up the garbage? I'm tired of having to clean out the storm drain or even pick up garbage. I stopped cleaning out my drains because it's in front of 2 of my neighbors' houses and they keep throwing garbage in it. So when their street floods in front of them, oh, well, you're bad, I try to help you. Your people are struggling to struggle. Let's not talk about raises and ranges right now. Let's give us a year. Let's get some things done. I need some help with the grant writing. I took a course and I'm still not, Can y'all help me with that? And can the city look into these abandoned properties? Can we buy them and help Paterson people refurbish them, get them done? The property on Summer Street and King Street, that lady has sued us. We have sued that lady. Can we do something about it? I appreciate DPW picking it up and cleaning it, but at the same time, I don't appreciate DPW cleaning it up and fixing it because that's not their job. That lady either has to go, we have to take that property from her, something has to be done. Can we stop comparing Paterson to other cities that are not the same size? We can't compare employees here to Midland Park. Midland Park is in a tenant town, is in a tenant city. Paterson's a tenant town and a tenant city. So we're gonna have to figure out the balance between the property owners supplying and doing for the tenants, and the tenants are gonna have to take some responsibility for them damn selves too. Now I gotta go park like 4 blocks away from my freaking house. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Doc Davis.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I want to give my condolences to Sergeant. I'm a veteran, and my son is a staff sergeant. What the city should do is have flags, like if they always talk about other towns, put flags of these individuals with their photos all along Main Street and all the other streets to show appreciation for the real heroes. The other thing, I came down here to talk about school busing and everything else, but I decided to change that because you talk about cannabis and everything else, like people say, oh, we're gonna make money off the taxes. You're getting 2%, I think out of $2 million, that's $200,000. Is that correct? Is that correct? Okay, okay. So $200,000 really gonna help out Paterson. I know where they're gonna get your money from your taxes. It's gonna come from your kids. See, what happened is, when somebody was saying something, when I told them no about what they were about to say, it's called contact. And most of you know, if you don't know what a contact is, I'm gonna help you know what a contact is, okay? That means if I puff in my apartment and my kids get a contact, a 3, 4, 5-year-old don't know they're getting a contact. It's already started happening in some school in Hillside, Newark, and other areas. See, nobody put anything into place here. And you keep telling me that you got it safe for the kids and you want parks? What you gonna do? Make parks so the marijuana can be smoked all over the parks like East Side? He tells over there that, hey, it's all right. It ain't all right. You go through some neighborhoods, it gets all in your car. And cannabis is not considered legal. I'm talking about the part of recreational. FDA did not approve that. Now, the medical marijuana, they took all the poison out for the other suburbans to come and buy, but the street stuff is still being sold, which is very dangerous. And like I said, I know kids gonna go to school, okay, with a contact, and how much is it for a child per year in school in Paterson? Anybody knows? 30,000? Well, how much? I didn't hear you. 23,000, and I guarantee in 5 years it's gonna be 30,000. Taxpayers, get ready. It's Jim Jones time, if you know what I mean. Get the juice out, because you will pay. You will be dying here. And you're going to have some severe, illiterate kids. Unfortunately, I hate to say it like that. I know a woman been smoking for a minute. Her son is 13 years old. I said this at the last meeting. In the 5th grade, and they give a report card states that, hey, he's passing. But he went to Huntington Learning Center, and they say between the 3rd and 4th grade level. That means he's going to be 14 years old in the 6th grade. And that's in Paterson. Now, you know what drugs do? It ruins the brain. It's for real. So when they saying that they came and brought cannabis into your community, that the state allowed it, and they didn't put no regulations in there, people get ready. You think this is a problem now with the shooting and killing? I promise you, you will pay. And your tax money will pay, not through the police department, but the Board of Education. The education, because the education is the first highest paid entity in the city. God bless you all.
Thank you, Doc. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Mr. David. I'm not very sure of the last name. You repeat your name?
Bauman.
Bauman.
David Bauman. I'm
Thank you.
President, Principal Officer, Teamsters Local 125, and represent the Paterson Police and Fire Dispatchers, your 911 first responders. I'm not here to negotiate their contract. We're in the process of doing that. Unfortunately, it's been going on for 3 years. That means they've gone 3 years without increases. A lot of these employees, your employees, make just above minimum wage for doing a professional job that they do. And I said, I'm not here to negotiate the contract, and I'm not. We're stalled right now. We're stalled in negotiations, and I can't get answers from anyone. I'm here to ask for your help. Not to negotiate for me or to negotiate with me. I'm asking for your help. I need you to get involved. I need you to start asking questions. If you want to speak to me, I'm available all the time, 24/7. If you want to speak with my shop steward, who's behind me, he's available. He works for you guys. We're begging. We need some help. I'm sorry you're shaking your head over there, but you haven't been involved in negotiations for 3 years. You haven't been there. So you can shake your head, but that's, we've been through 4 different attorneys, outside counsel, not corporate counsel. They've sent 4 different attorneys to negotiate with us. They came in, they left, new proposal. They came in, they left, new proposal. 3 years. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, Mr. Abushi, I'm not. But you weren't there, or you haven't been there. We're waiting on an answer. Whatever the answer is, we'll accept it and we'll put it to our membership for a vote. But for a month now, radio silence. Not fair to me, not fair to him, not fair to your employees. Not fair. Please, you want my phone number? 973-865-3459. You want my email? dave@teamsters125.org. I look forward, I welcome the opportunity to speak to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Madam President, if I may, can you repeat the phone number, sir? 973-865.
973-865-3459.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next
Yes,
speaker.
yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Ali, Mr. Abdul Ali.
You Muslims here. I want, can you get Brother Abdul Aziz out here, please? Because I'm in the situation. He need to hear what I got to say. Go get him out here. Tell him, don't run from the truth. And you Muslims that's on this stand here, you say you follow Prophet Muhammad. He had a name called trustworthiness, Al-Amin. Are you worthy to be trusted? You, the other one, and Abdul Aziz, and the mayor. You practicing Ramadan to get your character in order, then you come back and turn it to a kufa. Kufa, a disbeliever. That's right, a shaitan. This is serious business here. Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, that park that you're talking about, don't put it on Trenton. You know that big dirt where I seen you at when I went to vote? You remember that big dirt pile? You got foxes, skunks, raccoons, all of that for 11 years. Nobody touched the spot. But you want to put a park across the street from the firehouse. Won't you put a police depot there, then go down there and clean that dirt up with all the animals, with our children in that area. And the thing about it, it don't have no fence around it. So the raccoons, the skunks, the fox can run all through the complex. But you're doing your job. And then you talk about quality of life. But you don't call Abdullah. You call your people. I wish you was here when I talked about Prophet Muhammad. You know he had an attribute called trustworthiness, right? Are you worthy to be trusted? The DARE program. You promoted this smoke your marijuana mess. We had the DARE program, drug abuse, recreation for education. Or not recreation, recession for education. Why? Our children need to be educated about this drug stuff that you promoting to get $1 to kill their damn brain and heart and character. You think I'm playing? Look at this shirt. I'm on time. 33 years clean. When McCoy was here, gave me a certificate with my name spelled wrong. And the person, I don't know who did it. Next time you give me a commitment certificate, spell the word right. Spell the word right. I'm gonna tell you another thing about power. It does something to your ego. It makes you morally and emotionally imbalanced. Imbalanced. And when you get comfortable with your imbalancedness, then you go into arrogancy. I don't like what the mayor did. He'll go call the attorney general to put Joey Torres in check. These people here trying to find out what the hell is happening. He ain't even called attorney general. Been 4 months. And you know what this election thing? Let me tell you something. A lot of politics. What's that thing you say? Politics create string bedfellows. Bunch of y'all selling your own moral soul to hang out with a crew that's earning money. And don't forget, you got children, you got grandchildren, you got nephews, you got nieces. And you know what? Thank you very much, sister. Alhamdulillah.
Please wrap up.
All right, I heard you. Alhamdulillah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Take it easy. Alhamdulillah. I'm doing this intelligently. Now, what I would like y'all to do, since all y'all got this intelligence, put your intelligence together to save our children. Mentally, spiritually, morally, emotionally, so physically, they can act like a normal, mature human being.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Elvis Durham.
Mr. Durham.
Wow. I ain't been up here for a minute. Good to be back. Elvis, 283 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. What's up, City Council? African Heritage Parade is this Saturday, June 18, and it's starting from the Masonic Temple, 224 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey at 10 a.m. Got a big announcement. And before I get into the announcement, Councilman at-Laws, Lisa Mims, Councilman Mike Jackson, pay attention. Some great things about to happen at Center City Mall. And they're your friends. We have a big franchise coming to Center City Mall. More jobs, less problems. I'm all about the jobs, people. Jobs. Center City Mall. We got smoking crab and seafood. Lisa Mims, you know them. Y'all great friends with them. Smoking crabs and seafood is coming to Center City Mall. This is the best seafood restaurant New Jersey ever seen. And it's coming to Center City Mall at 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Like I said before, never look down on something that you didn't get a chance yet. You always give that thing or that person a chance. Center City Mall is going to be the new face of Paterson. It's not Hisco Stadium, it's Center City Mall. This is our year. Jobs, more jobs, less problems. Center City Mall got Burlington Coat Factory, Marshalls, IHOP, and 150% Pattersonians work in that mall. So I'm asking y'all, council, pay attention to Center City Mall, because smoking crabs is coming. Oh yeah, some of y'all say, oh God, I wish they never came to Center City. But I gotta go inside Center City Mall now. Oh yes, because it's ordained by God. And God got his hands on Center City Mall. More jobs, less problem. Oh yeah, I'm a boast now. Smoking crabs and seafood. It's coming to Center City Mall. And people, Center City Mall is on the first ward. Councilman Mike Jackson, that's your ward. So I hope I see you at the grand opening on July 7th. 12 o'clock p.m. That's Thursday, July 7th. Smoking crab and seafood. Council President, I would love to see you there. Councilwoman at Law, Lisa Mims, Councilman Louis Velez, and Mayor Andre Sayer. Come on, y'all, let's cut this ribbon and let's make Paterson shine. It's not about North no more, y'all. We got smoking crab and seafood coming to Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Oh yeah, Thursday, July 7th, 12 p.m. It's the grand opening. It's coming to Center City Mall. God bless you. Peace.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Christian Neves.
Christian.
The person here? I think so.
Good evening. Good evening,
Good evening.
Council.
Can you speak into the...
First of all, I want to say, Second Ward, Councilman, you are extremely disrespectful. For the 5 days ago, we were standing here and you was falling asleep. I got it on video. We ain't gonna talk about that though. Sleep. All right. What I came for. What are Paterson PD in our city for? To engage in battles? Nope. No, we got the lieutenant, we got chief deputy here. They could tell you they're not here for that. She's been in a couple protests. I've seen her. She's here for the people. We need more people like her. Continue. They're not here to engage in battle. They're here to help with forward thinking, coming up with solutions to a problem, protecting the community, property, and society of Paterson, New Jersey. For those officers that picked up my brother, quick question. Why did they become officers? What academy were they enrolled in? Who was their recruiting officer? And most of all, why are they still on the force today if they being investigated? Not to help those, they're not here to help those who are in need of help. If so, then these officers failed. This family, this community, the oath they took, not doing what they stand for to protect and serve Paterson, New Jersey. Who needs officers like them in our city? Come on. What happened to making positive contact, protecting the community, property, our city? Seriously, who were these officers? Because today, we still don't know their names. Still stuck, I'm sorry. Making positive contact. How to handle a person who is intoxicated with just a white shirt, black sweatpants, and some black boots. On a cold blue day, shelters' doors were open. Shelters opened their doors, Shelters opened their door on this day to the homeless. A officer who loves his job, his or her job, knows every day is not the same. They will come across situations like the one with our loved ones, Felix de Jesus, and find better outcome, even if it was calling an ambulance to get our brothers some help. How could these officers pick him up on Union Ave, drop him off in a wooded, deserted area near Westside Park where your hand can't be seen in front of your face if you're walking? There's no light there. So they took him to a secluded area, but pretty much. And yet, just leave him there. A beloved brother, father, friend, with no worries for what happened to our brother that night. Police officers should start approaching, I'm wrapping up. Police officers should start approaching situations in positive states of mind. Something's not right. We need better officers. Practice what they stand for, to protect and serve the community. Let's get Joel home till it's said backwards. Let's release all the videos as soon as possible. Was the public officer's car equipped with cameras? Because if so, we want those too. Where is the car book that states they had our loved ones under arrest? Because technically, once a person's in handcuffs, you are under arrest. Where was the call to the cell block, to the dispatcher? Where was the documentation? We need answers. 4 months too long? Not a single word, not a sight of our beloved loved one? Hurts. 400 officers in this city, 6 wards, and nobody knows what happened to our loved ones. How? How? Someone answer me.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Crystal Garcia.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Ms. Garcia, you're not going to speak? Okay.
Yes, Giovanni's on there.
Okay.
It's Giovanni.
So
Yeah,
call his name?
Giovanni name is there.
No, I know the name.
Giovanni de Jesus.
Okay.
Could I speak?
Sure.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. How you guys doing? Well, my question was for the leader of you guys. The leader just told me in the news that the news reporter suing them for not giving them my brother video footage, right? That's one thing. Another thing is, yes, y'all contact my lawyer. After 4 months, now that I've been had my lawyer. I had him on duty. I didn't want to show you guys that I had a lawyer. I want to show you guys that I have the backup that I have. Way more backup that probably you guys have right now. We saying nice, calm, and relax. And it's very, very disrespectful. I have my nephew on my right side. I have my niece. She probably over there, right? My niece. They in pain. My mother's in pain. My mother sit here all the time and cry. I'm in pain. I'm a leader where I work for, Sponsilli Landscaping. Y'all need parks, and for all due respect, Mr. Kali, please, get off your phone. I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to everybody here. It's very disrespectful all the time that I sit here and I'm speaking and you guys just ignore me. It's very disrespectful. My brother got lost in your park that you're trying to spend millions of dollars. Thank you for the kids. But my brother got lost in that park, in your park. Very disrespectful that I come here in this mic all the time and you being disrespectful. Yes, shame of you. And I want answers. And I don't want the same answer that is in the news. I know it. Y'all getting sued. So that's why now you guys want to give me the footage. I seen the footage of 4 minutes. Community of Paterson, I seen the footage of 4 minutes of my brother being on the floor, asking and telling these officers that his hands was broken. How did it break? They probably broke it. Who broke it? My brother just had 2 hip replacement. Suffering for pain. Why did they put handcuffs on him? Why did they pick him up like a dog? Like, picked him up and twisted his arm. Him screaming, "Mom, why did they lock me up? Mom, my mom wasn't even there. He was thinking about his mom." And you guys literally disappear my brother? Be a man. Guys, be a man. Come out here. The same way y'all leader just came here and said something about the news and dicked off and left. Because he ain't saying nothing. Where's the mayor? Give me my answers. Where is he? He left. He's not here. I'm the man about it. I'm the leader of this. My brother, the young one. I'm the little one. Give me my answers. Don't give me the news. Because what you telling me? Oh, we're going to give you the footage? Yeah, because y'all getting sued. And not by us. Y'all getting sued by the news reporter. Y'all denied it to them. And trust and believe me, we are climbing the ladder. And when we on top of that ladder, y'all all going to regret it. Because I want my footage. I want my brother back. And community, please, if y'all listening to me, they giving raises, right? Me and my family are giving $20,000 in cash. We have it in hand for my brother return. I want my brother back. We have $20,000 in cash. And it's not from GoFund, it's not from nothing. It's hard sweat and respect and honesty that we have. And we are leadership. Me and my brother have $20,000 for whoever bring me my brother back or give me information. And tell these officers, y'all know who they are. Stop watching us. Stop watching us. Stop watching us. Me and my brother know who they are. And they keep surrounding us. They still on duty. They still on duty in an old car. Trust me, believe me, y'all listening to me out there in your house, watching and trying to laugh. But it's not going to be funny when you guys are behind these bars. Trust me, believe, I'm going to get justice for my brother. I'm going to get him back.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Crystal was next. Crystal Garcia.
Good evening, Paterson. A shame. I mean, just beyond once the jabs between peer to peer, it's a shame what we have behind Paterson. It really is. But good evening. As we all know, 133 days and counting. Finally, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thanks to USA Today Network, who sued the city of Paterson for the release of all body cam footages involving the Felix de Jesus missing person case. We are now hopeful to get some answers. The city must release to the public the body cam video recordings for the Paterson police officers who detained, allegedly, Felix de Jesus on the night of February. In February, the 41-year-old held man went missing. A judge ruled, New Jersey Superior Court Judge Thomas Brogren on Monday ruled that the recordings must be made public. According to C.J. Griffin, the lawyer representing the USA Today Network, and I quote, "The reason officers wear body cameras is to provide transparency and accountability," right? So it is very important for the public and the family to be able to see the police interactions with Mr. De Jesus. I'm hopeful that it should provide us some answers. We shouldn't have had to sue for it. It's a damn shame. The court correctly found that there was no lawful reason to withhold it, unquote. We understand that the city officials state that they are now waiting for the judge to issue his written order before they release the video. So it is now just a matter of time. You can no longer hide behind your so-called confidentiality of IA investigations. But they already passed the 45 days that, you know, everything that they make look good on the website that Paterson never holds behind. Yeah. So, just like our lawyer, Jeff Patty, has stated, the police department needs to provide an explanation as to why its officers left De Jesus on the side of the road near the park, in a suicidal area, not in the right state of mind. The held man was drunk, impairable, staggered, wearing only a t-shirt in sub-freezing temperatures. You can't even do it to an animal. The IA investigation has taken way beyond long its course. It's frozen at this point. I mean, since when has the IA has been frozen? I mean, aren't these prosecutors, are they holding these officers accountable, or are they not trying to give the transparency that the community is looking for, right? Our family wants to publicly thank the USA Today Network for filing their lawsuit in the interest of justice and transparency in this case. I also have all my denials of Oprah's as well. This is just the first step of many to come in the justice, and we're going to figure out what happened to Felix. When we say that this family will hold all accountable, trust us when we say it. Our actions will speak louder than our words.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker is Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening, Council, ladies and gentlemen,
Good evening.
and all other parties. I'm here today again in support of the family. I don't go to all of the events or this and that, whatever, but if you have any kind of a conscience, you're going to stand with this family. Because if it was your brother or your relative and someone that you cared for, you'd want to know as well. You know, I forgive all of the indignation, or however they express themselves, because they're hurting. You know, I hurt too, because I understand what they're saying. I lost my brother a couple years ago. I buried my mother, my father, but it didn't hurt as much when I lost my brother. An Irish twin. We were very close. So I know how they feel. I don't know about anybody else that hasn't lost a brother would feel or say what they feel, but I feel it because I've had that loss. With all the tens of millions of dollars that are being attributed to lawsuits, of which is going to be substantial here as well, thank you, Judge Brogan, for making the decision to support releasing the body cam unedited footage. Something happened. Something happened. And it's going to be revealed, and it's going to be unfortunate for those that did not have the empathy to move on making this information made available to this family. It saddens me that we continue to cover up and or to deflect and or talk about other things in light of this most important subject. The mayor should have stayed. And we should have pushed the public portion right while he was there, because it was said he's going to flee, and he did. Public portion should have been opened immediately while he was here. It's just a shifting around. It could have happened. It didn't happen. It did not happen. And there's accountability for that. So at the end of the day, everybody's accountable for their actions at some point in time. And those of us that are paying attention know what's going on. And it's not right. And unfortunately, enough people didn't come out, or the apathy was running so rampant that they did not come out for change. We need change. You know, unfortunately, I believe, and I'm no soothsayer or crystal ball wizard or anything like that, but the way we're going, we're doomed. All we have to look forward to is some freaking buildings and a stadium and some other bricks and mortar activities, but we have nothing to look forward for the people, the common people. When you're talking about these raises and the amounts that are coming forward, and the folk that the lowest end of the spectrum, through the lack of collective bargaining and other issues related to it, but to pile on these absorbent raises on the top to talk about we're going to get quality people. You can't even pick up the garbage. You can't even pick up the garbage. Come on. What does it take? So we look at that, and we look at some of the other things, and the lack of focus. And we need some change. Madam Clerk, did you get your public apology yet for what they did to you at those hearings yet? You don't have to answer, we know. There was no public apology, and we're still waiting for that as well. He was here tonight, he could have apologized for raking you over the coals for the election process. It did not happen. And one last thing before I leave. Where's Tyron Franklin? I'm looking around. Where is he? They took him down?
He's always over there.
Why did you take him down?
So, okay, thank you. I will address that with, nobody comes in here, and nobody removes
Because
anything.
I remember as well, when I had to go out personally and see Jimmy Richardson to get another copy of the Martin Luther King poster in the back that adorns the people's house. I'm missing Tyron Franklin.
Okay,
It's a problem.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Daniel Mejia. Daniel
Can you
Mejia.
please state the name again? I didn't hear.
Daniel
Madam
Mejia.
Clerk. Daniel?
I'm sorry, Council, could I say something? Mr. Jackson, appreciate you. All love, man. For that clown that was there, he's a clown. I appreciate you, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
All love, right?
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker is Daniel Mejia.
Hello again. My name is Daniel Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. One of the things that you guys were talking about today was about talents and about having talents within the city or bringing more talents to the city. So I wanted to take the opportunity to mention again my company, which is called Silk City One. It's a QR code which I plan to install on every door with the goal to create more transparency within the city. Basically, one of the options that the people would be able to click on is having seeing what jobs, government jobs or local jobs are being provided. The second option is events that the city has. It could be the council meetings or a game like East Side and Kennedy. But then the third option, which is the main goal of the QR code, is that you would be able to see what the city council member or the mayor is doing, and also be able to send them a private message which would go directly to their phone number or their email. Or if they're not doing the job or they're not replying to that email or message, then you put a public message where everybody else sees. And if more people are saying that this person is not doing their job, then there's a law that we have. It's called the law, the recall, which is basically with 25% of the voters within the city, you could end up voting the person out or going through the process to remove the person from their seat. As I mentioned before, I was asking for 50 cents per house, which is 252,000 based on the census on 2021. You know, that's about it. That's the most that I could explain about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Atif Coleman. Mr. Coleman.
Is this the last speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
Hello, Council. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's been a while since I've been here, so it's good to see you guys in person. I do want to just briefly just talk about first the Tyrone Franklin's picture. It should be up and visible. We should always see him here. I was very upset that they took it down in McDonald's because they got a new McDonald's there, so they took his picture down there. But it was one of the first stories I heard when I moved to Paterson. I'm in this area, so you know I went to the McDonald's when I first moved here, and I saw that picture, and it was very captivating. And the owner, the white guy at the time, he doesn't own it now, told me the story about the chicken store and the whole thing. And I said a prayer for him that day. So please make sure that we honor Tyrone. And I know his sister is a cop here, because I read it in the paper. She's wearing his badge. So we need to give that family some respect. So please see to it that that picture gets up there. I didn't notice it until Gilmore brought it up. Another thing I want to talk about is what Mike brought up earlier. And we're having a big issue with this on Market Street with these guys on these scooters riding up these sidewalks. It's a big issue, a very big issue, because depending on what time of the day it is, if you're riding up and that sun is coming down on Market, and if you know Market, that sun comes down on you hard, you can't see. And they got these big headphones on, and they on these one scooters, and they're riding up, and they can't see because the sun is in their eyes. And I've seen it happen. People coming out these stores, and they collide. So I don't know how you guys can fix that, but maybe I'm thinking more foot patrol or something. But we're already dealing with furniture, boxes, plastic, styrofoam flying up and down from the furniture stores. Now we're dealing with young people getting off the train or the bus, unlocking their scooters and flying up Market and hitting and running into people. So that's a very important, I wish our first councilman could do more about that, because that is a problem on Market Street. It's a very busy street. We got a lot of schools on that street, Colt here, the school over there, another school here, so it's a very busy area. We need someone to monitor Market Street more often, or especially during the after-school hours. I also want to talk about the behavior on council. I have been watching these meetings every night, well, every Tuesday or once a week, and I'm not happy with the tumultuous behavior going on council. And we do need some new leadership on this council. And I want to see someone who is about bringing people together, someone that is positive, that is willing to make things change, because this city has a lot of history, a lot of history. It's one of the reasons why I moved here. This was the only city in the country that was the only industrial city in the country, Paterson. I didn't know that. So this city carries a lot of history, it's a lot of spotlight on us, and we need to do better. But we need to have the right people in leadership positions to do it, and we don't. I'm not happy with this mayor. I'm not happy how he's treated the Felix family, because I pray for them every night. I watch them up here fighting every night. And at this point, I'm thinking they should just do a U-turn and go down to Trenton, because this is a dead end here. They're not going to get anywhere with y'all, I don't think, or with this mayor. So I think they should go down to Trenton and find another way, because I've been praying, and I didn't know that that was his mom sitting in front of me, because you could feel the energy from her. She wants her baby back. She wants to know where her son is. You could feel the energy from her. I feel so bad for her. I really do. I want y'all to work with this family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close? Move to close the public
Second.
portion by Councilman Abdulaziz and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of a special regular meeting of June 14, 2022. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So my heart continues to go out to the De Jesus family, but I just want to bring correction. Mr. Josh Davis asked, what was 2% of $2 million? It is not 200,000, it is $40,000. I just want to bring that clarification to the viewing public, because people were texting me that the amount given was wrong. So it is 40,000, 2% of $2 million. But to everyone else that spoke, thank you for continuously coming out, making the sacrifice to bring your concerns and issues to light. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Velez? Closing the public portion.
The issue of the dispatch contract, Madam BA, just please make sure that is compliance, making sure that the request that I made during the statement regarding the range of salary, that this type of contract is in front of us as soon as possible. If they already settle, I think they deserve to be heard at the same time. You know, a lot of people talk about cannabis. The education starts from home. You know, I recall my times that when my kids were small, I teach them what it was. I took sugar, put it on the ground, you know, on the desk. I said, does it look like cocaine? This look like marijuana? This looks like this. You make sure you don't touch it and try it. Up to this day, my kids is 36 and 28. They don't use it. So education starts from home. So saying that, there will be ordinance in place, there will be restriction in place. So we are watching from this side, whatever develops with the new licenses. I said it before, the state put, the Commission of Cannabis is the one that made the regulation to the state. We are here to enforce a different way. To Ms. Amador, you mentioned about traffic lights, signs, et cetera, et cetera. I'm happy to announce that we receive 100,000 plus for traffic, walking, and other things for pedestrian safety. That is going to be well invested in the second ward around schools and other wards around the city. So other parts that are around the city. So we will still following up with the situation of the resurface repavement of the roads, that some detail have come, little potholes here, little potholes over there. So DPW and the committee has been having this strict conversation with the engineering to see what happens. That's why some projects cannot be rushed in, because it could come bad afterwards. So saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'd like to take the consent agenda, items 6 through 47.
Yes, Madam President. Next item on your agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbered 6 through 47. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 6 through 47 on the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 6 through 47 on the consent agenda. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I want to congratulate Commissioner Melissa Barat, Dr. Melissa Barat, also Commissioner Frank Campuzano, also Commissioner James Brigg for their reappointment to the ABC Board. They've been doing a great job there, being eyes and ears and voice from the community. My vote is yes.
Madam President? The vote
Yes.
is 5. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 6 through 47, the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Very good. Madam Clerk and Lieutenant, truly my apologies.
What are we doing now?
Truly my apologies. Madam Clerk, item
sorry.
71.
Yes,
I
Madam
apologize
President.
too.
Next item is item number 71. And item number 71 reads, resolution authorizing
different
payments to 4PLE Media Group for speakers and performers for Paterson Police Department Anti-Violence Mental Health and Wellness Conference. Police Resolution 22379.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 71 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 71 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So 2 things before I vote. One, just to bring clarity, on Saturday, June 18th, there will be a bell ringing ceremony at the Underground Railroad first, then we'll be marching from Masonic Temple. Also, I want to congratulate Lieutenant Easton on the reappointment to the Youth Commission. And then with that being stated, looking forward to this conference, looking forward to making sure you continue to do these conferences, because this is a payment to those individuals that spoke. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
We need more of this. Wizard Sharon Easton, Lieutenant. My hat goes to you, to the Community Policing Division. And as you know, one thing I have to say, the community policing goes on and beyond. It's not just this. They have a good relation with the community. Administration, please, I don't want to see no roadblock. I know there's never been for this department. We need more officers like them in our streets and dealing with our youth. One of the things, Madam Lieutenant, we spoke to Easy Ride. They want to get in contact with you to do another bike tour around. So, and they have funding for that. So let's get it moving before the end of the summer the summer ends. So congratulations once again. This is well attended. Hopefully we could have it like twice a year or more, because our youth and adults take advantage of it. So congratulations, and this is a well-deserved payment for that. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So, Lieutenant, when I said my apologies is because, as you can see the display here today, it's been a somewhat difficult meeting, and I knew you only had one item, and I wanted to do it first, but we're here almost 11 o'clock at night, and we're still not done with the agenda. But I just want to thank you for providing the information that was asked. This is not about what's going to happen. This is actually an item that already occurred, and we, the council, we asked for an itemized explanation on what specifically it was about, and so we appreciate that you provided that information. Thank you for continuing to provide programs for our children, okay? I totally commend, the Community Policing Division and all of our Paterson police officers. So with that said, I've gotten the explanation needed. As I stated, I spoke to you personally. The process, providing the information first through procurement process, so then we are able, not to be in this situation here today, all right? So with that said, those speakers came here, and I got it when you said, we got to bring some names because we're going to track the youth, and so with that said, I just want you to know that I will continue supporting what's right, and these programs are right for our children, okay? So with that said, Madam Clerk, and yes, I'm looking forward for the information for the upcoming events. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on item 71.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 71 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 70. You still can't leave, Deputy Chief.
Next item is item number 70, resolution authorizing the application to the U.S. Department of Justice Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Grants Program, Police Resolution 22378.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 70.
Roll call on item number 70 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Yes. Councilman Velez?
Madam BA, I see here that, and I just want to take that in consideration, this resolution may be subject to DCA approval under the current MOU if any matching fund or resource commitment is required. Please tell DCA, we don't need to match. Let them be and spend it in the community if it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? They going on and beyond to solicit and put the application on, and if we get a grant, hopefully DCA understand that we don't have to match it. So and give us a full force on that. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 70 is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So,
Are we going to the licenses?
let's do, I guess she left. Barbara, is Barbara here? Okay. You hiding all the way behind, I thought you left.
Marissa?
Let's do her items. I'm sorry. 56, 57, correct? Huh? Oh, you're removing item 56?
56, yes.
So, council members, item 56 was removed. Okay, so we're going to do item 57, 58, 59, and 60. Madam Clerk?
So 57,
57, please read into the record.
and
See you tomorrow, Chief, 10 o'clock.
60. Okay.
I'm sorry, no.
Next,
10, right? Yeah.
next item on our non-consent agenda is item number 57. Item number 57 reads, Resolution authorizing an award of contract to RES Advisors for consultant services to administer the city's Home American Rescue Program development projects for the Department of Community Development, RFP number 2022-43, Community Development Resolution 22365.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 57 for approval.
Roll call on item number 57 for approval. Councilman Jackson,
Pass.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
okay. Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. 58.
58. Next item is item number 58, resolution authorizing the extension number 1 of the contract with RES Advisor for RFP 2021-32 for a period of 7 months in order to complete the scope of services. Community Development Resolution 22366.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Second.
second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 58 for approval. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 58 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item 59.
Next item is item number 59, and item number 59 reads, Resolution authorizing the extension of number 3 of the contract with TDA Consulting, Inc. for RFP 2019-26 for a period of 6 months in order to complete the scope of services. Community Development Resolution 22367.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item
59
number,
for approval.
yes, we'll call on item number 59 for approval. Councilman Jackson,
Pass.
Councilman Khalid,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 59 is hereby adopted. 60? Number 60?
Council President, can we get him out too?
60?
60?
Yes. Next item is item number 60. Resolution authorizing award of contract to Civistas LLC for consulting services to administer the city's HUD-funded program titled Home American Rescue Program Development for the Department of Community Development, RFP number 2022-44. Community Development Resolution 22368.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 60 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 60 for approval. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 60 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director. Harry, do you have anything on? No, you're good, right? All right. So I want to address item 68. So,
68.
68.
before you.
Council President? I'm sorry, I think Harry was waiting for number 48,
Okay,
just in
so hold
case
on.
anybody had any questions.
All right, so hold on. Let's do item 48.
48.
Yes. Item 48, Madam Clerk,
You want
let's
us
do
to
that
take
one.
48 now, Madam President?
Oh, yeah.
48?
48, please.
Yes. Next item is item number 48. Resolution authorizing award of contract to Citywide Towing, Inc. for towing and storage of vehicles. Bid number 22.05 for the City of Paterson Administration, Resolution 22356.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Yes.
item 48.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalif?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
They're doing a great job, trust me. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much.
You
All right,
just said
so,
number-
actually, read item number 68 into the record.
68, 65. Next item is item number 68. Item number 68, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, bazaars, addressing a license for Event USA Entertainment to conduct a festival. Finance, resolution 22376.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Velez, second by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Just question.
Wait, discussion, and I'm going to start the discussion. So, I did not want this item on a workshop. I wanted to remove it. After speaking to the finance, in the finance committee, I had a lot of questions, but I said, if they're rectified, then I'm okay, so I left it to move it. And I'm gonna tell you all of the reasons why I was against this application. So if you look carefully at this application, the first thing that to me was questionable is the fact that all of these applications have to get approved and signed off by the fire chief, the police chief, fire chief, and DPW. The DPW application was not signed. That's the first thing. The second, I went through the entire application, and when I looked at the questions that need to be answered in a fashion where if you want this approval, you have to abide by the questions that are being asked of the entity. Some of the questions were not answered, and some were actually answered no. And I'll give you an example and I'll put it on record. If you look at the application on 21, can't even. So difficult.
21
to
is
look.
gone.
No, one second, 1 second. Well, the first thing, number 9, state whether the applicant, any partner, corporate officer, or shareholder has ever been convicted of a crime or violation of this attack. Didn't answer it.
That was resolved today, Madam President.
Okay, 1 second, let me continue with the application, because I was specific in asking that everything that I asked for last week be resolved, and that didn't happen. They say the application may be 200 people. We know that that's not true. So therefore, the police officers and the EMTs have to reflect. How is it that you have an application that says you want to have a bazaar from 10 a.m. to 10 o'clock at night, and you're only having officers from 6 to 10? That was another issue. Okay? Moving on. Do you understand that littering is prohibited by ordinance, and will you be responsible for leaving the area or area of your activity in clean and litter-free condition? They checked off no. Okay? Do you understand that serving or consumption of an intoxicating beverage in the park is prohibited by ordinance? Do you understand that? They answered no. Do you agree to abide by the rules and regulations of the Department of Public Works, the Division of Recreation, and all city ordinances? They didn't answer it. Neither yes nor no. Okay? So, and I can continue on with this application, and you council members will decide and do what you want to do today. But I'm going to tell you this. When we have entities year after year come before us to do a bazaar, a festival, there's a process that you have to follow, that you should have copies already done of everything done, so the next year, if you're going to do it around the same time, then you know you have to submit it in a timely fashion, and you have to answer the questions. So when asked in finance,
Why did this even come upstairs? That was a question in itself. And we addressed the administration, because obviously we don't do the checklist, okay? So, cannot speak. So, where we are right now, okay, I see that we have a new form of things that are listed, right? But I don't see my information on here updated. I asked for it a week ago. So, cannot speak. So, that's where I am with this, okay? And we are in a regular, if you wanted to speak, you would come to the microphone. You would have signed up. We would have signed up. So, with that said, I've put my information on the floor as to the problem that I had with the application. If everything has been updated, and I spoke to the director before he left on why the application was not signed when we get others that come before us that are signed. Okay? And I spoke to the director before he left.
Madam Clerk, Madam President.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to assume that they did a new application? Right, I put everything into the record last week on what was missing, all of the items that I just read.
Council President.
So, Madam BA, was the police contract, was that rectified?
I would have to ask our CFO to come on up. Let me just call him downstairs.
Okay,
Because I don't have the
we're gonna need that,
details.
because that in itself right there would also, because that's the other issue I had. You cannot have and apply for an application for a bazaar from 10 to 10, but say you're only gonna have police from 6 to 10.
10 to what?
10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
May I?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Council President, I just want to make sure if there's any chance possible, the event will start, they say, at what time? Or is because you have to
application says
reserve?
10.
Okay, it's because you have to reserve the park certain time, but the event will start after they set up? At 6? At what? At 6? So, in other words, the setting is, when I do an event, right? I want to do an event at Roberto Clemente, but really the event is from 12 noon up. I reserve the park at 8 o'clock in the morning just for setup and nobody be in the park in the time I set up, right?
But that's to the park, because I understand what you're
Correct,
saying.
right?
But you can't say that you're gonna have a festival and you advertise it from 10 to 10, okay, and just get officers, because that's unfair, and we charge a lot of
Well-
other entities a
well,
lot of money
that's-
to have, X amount of officers.
We got this. We discussing this. If we have any issues, then we talk to you. But we got this. It's not the first time that we deal with this application.
Correct.
It's here. We had to detain it. It's for the 26th, I believe it is, right? 26th? 25th, sorry. And this is the last meeting before it, right? So, but we want to put order in everything that any organizations comes here and does, right? If I could apply the rules, sorry, if I could apply the rules of 100 individual, one officer per 100, how much?
One per one?
If I applied the
One
rule.
per 50.
Yeah, one officer for 100.
50.
And 50.
Wait,
They
let him
okay.
finish, and then you have-
They will be okay. It's 5. Is if it's 5 officer and the place is not West Side Park. The entire is the ball field, right? Correct. And that will not hold standing. People go in and out. You know what I'm saying? I go to an event, I stay half hour, I leave. Do you, I believe insurance
are in
there.
place.
The insurance is there.
Correct. The only thing I have to say is that it's not the first time, and if whatever she's stating, but it was amended, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I'm looking at the application right here.
It was amended?
Of all the questions, right.
Just to avoid,
Councilman and Madam President, I understand all this information came up tonight while we're in the meeting.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I asked for it a week ago, so to
Correct.
get it tonight, this is
Yes,
why,
it came up.
this is not the way we should be doing business.
It was sent up while I'm here in the meeting, all that information in that top sheet, because I followed up with downstairs to find out if we should have everything, but it was given to
Thank
us
you.
tonight.
so saying that, this is what we want to avoid, the culture of rushing things, right? This is what we want to avoid. DPW has a strict rule about the application had to be 15 days before any event. Any application contract had to be in place. If you know for culture, how many you do in this event, how many years already? Woo, for a couple years already. You know that you have to come forward in front of the council to get this approved. Is in June. Don't wait till the last minute. Because what about if we didn't have a quorum today? This probably didn't get approved, and trust me, if I'm here and we don't have a quorum, I will not come for a special meeting for an application, right? Because I did the diligence to be here as my duty responsibility to
And
be here.
Councilman, and to that note, what you're saying, I could have removed it.
Correct.
When I'm the person, as the council president, I said, I'm gonna put it forward as long as I get the information. I'm
Correct.
getting the information right now.
So
what I'm reading on record is what I have in front of me.
Ma'am,
You can't speak,
do me a favor, ma'am. Don't do you this favor, please. Thank you. We got this.
Huh?
So
No, that's what I'm saying.
all your requests, Madam President, was supplied. The only thing is
I
not.
don't see the police contract here.
I see it right here.
No, this is the new packet.
In the back.
Just saying, like,
Oh,
Maybe the older one was there.
I see the
but I
contract.
see it's in here.
Assigned
It's just that this
officer,
is the new
yes.
one.
The only thing is that I would encourage you, ma'am, please. If you know already next year you're gonna do it in June, submit it in February.
11.
I'm Vance. And,
Okay.
So we good.
So, again, and, I actually like the fact that you put it on record, Councilman Velez, this is not the first time that this entity has come before us to, and held an event. The only thing is, I like honesty. Be truthful. Be truthful. You can't have an application and say that you're going to have, and that you're only gonna have 200 people because you know that is not true. And that's where I have an issue. Be honest about it. Yes, I'm gonna have 600 people, 700. Great, that's awesome. But that should reflect the contract, the police contract. So in one portion of the application, they say 200. In the police contract application, it says 300. So, and we know that that's not true. So, with that said, I don't have any more questions. I'm looking at here at the application with the questions that are answered and signed that I just got, okay? But I needed to put it on record because this item is only on this agenda because we moved it forward, and I, as the council president, moved it, but I requested the information a week ago, and literally, we just saw them hand it to me. So with that said, Councilman
No,
Kalik, and after that, we'll take a vote.
Council President, as long as you have everything,
Yeah.
it's in the second word, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
But if you look at the checklist, number 8,
Right.
without the park permit, how they gonna have the event?
Well, after speaking to director, because I went back there and I spoke to him before he left, what he told me is if tonight we approve it, and he's gonna look and make sure that the application, all of the questions that I had were answered, then he would move forward to sign it. That's what he told me today. So that's why, he said he was not gonna sign it because he already found out about that, the application was incomplete. Okay?
Okay.
Good? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 68 for approval. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So I want to thank, because I remember the questioning of Council President last week, and when I didn't see the update, I made a phone call today to licensing to make sure that this updated information was provided to all council members so that because I know when you have concerns, it's very important that we get the update. But I wanted to make sure today that everything that was needed to be done was done and in its proper place, and I'm grateful that it was sent, but I thought it was going to be emailed to all the council members, which I don't see it was, but I'm glad that we had the copy and their due diligence was done. I'm looking forward to this event. I think we have to continue to have different entertainment opportunities in our community because our city needs all of the laughter, all of the dancing, all the love that it can get. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Event and USA Entertainment have been doing events. I have not received not even one complaint of fights or whatever. The Bangladesh community has a real culture of conducting themselves. I don't see a problem on that aspect. The requirements are all here. With all the respect, Council President, and any council here, we requesting they need to be on top of it before we even come to the meeting because Council, Madam Dr. Litzman,
I hear you.
you know, we do our diligent work.
Absolutely.
Right? So
Absolutely.
we do it because we are called to serve, but we don't need to be calling departments to see why they haven't received a document, why this and that. When it comes up to us, everything had to be here, and then we avoid problems. So, congratulations. Hopefully, it don't rain because then we had to wait until July. My vote is yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz, we are voting on a bazaar license number 68 for Event USA.
Yeah, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Madam President?
So once again, all right, it's our job when we receive applications of any entity, so take out the name, any bazaar license, any parade, any festival, it is our job to review the information that is being given to us. That's what I do. And when I saw the discrepancies in finance, you know, I said, please make sure that we get the information. So I did my job, right? I did my homework, okay? And we didn't stop it. This is not about stopping it. Just that over and year after year, if you're doing something, I mean, sometimes it just flabbergasts me to see applicants who yearly come to do an event around the same time and wait till the last minute and then do it half instead of just looking at the same thing they did the year before and provide the information as you know, asked. And then they badmouth you out there. For the record, they badmouth you that you are blocking. That's why I had to put it on record what we have, because we all have this in front of us with an incomplete application and no signatures and not answering, you know, understanding, you know, what is asked of them in terms of, you know, taking care of the park and garbage and so forth. You know, so, you know, for everyone out there that knows, I support the Bangladeshi community. Even before I was elected, I will continue to do so, but I want things done right. Because when I get phone calls from the Dominican parade, the Peruvian parade, and the festivals, and they're saying, why are they asking us for 150 officers, or why are they asking us, then we need to, across the board, be fair. So I'm gonna put it on record. This application says 6 o'clock. That means that the event starts at 6. They're going to be doing their setup, okay? And they said 300 people. So I'm going to make sure that I'm out there on June 25th. And if there's more than 300 people, then we're going to shut it down. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 68 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Pick up your permit tomorrow.
Council President.
Okay.
Oh,
No, we're not, no, please, I really want to run by this quick.
please, because
I
I really
think-
would like for us to get out of here before midnight, please.
Council
I
President.
think a lot of the items, yes.
I think finance will call them because the resolution. has to
Finance
be-
will call,
Yeah,
okay,
they'll
finance will call.
I prefer them
Somebody
not.
in your department
Yeah,
will
stick
call
on
the
time.
applicant. Okay,
For the
very
rules,
good.
Good night.
for the
Good
rules.
night.
So, good night.
You
So,
too.
You're welcome.
okay. Okay, so I have a quick question before I go through this. I think we could do this quickly because a lot of them are entertainment, huh?
Remove 61. Remove 61.
So listen, no, because I need to ask certain questions. So Councilman Abdelaziz, so you're gonna be fine. Okay, Councilman, Velez.
Remove 61.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get. You weren't here for me when we put that, that's why I put it on regular.
And the reason I want to let you know that all the certificate is from 2020, is not out there.
Yes, same thing with 63.
Okay, so we're gonna remove, Madam Clerk, Madam BA.
61.
61 is being removed.
And I have a question,
Hold on, and
Council.
item, and I'm with you, I'm gonna second that one to remove item 63.
It's not only that, look at this, I don't know who's working downstairs, but, hold on, page,
And I don't know why they say first ward, because that's the second
Number-
ward.
no, it is first.
63? The one on the corner of?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's first ward,
That's first.
Oh,
Councilwoman.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, regardless,
Yeah,
it doesn't
first
matter what
ward.
ward, it's a no. We're removing it.
No.
We don't need to discuss it, we're removing it. Okay?
Like the inspection has expired, they did the inspection. Certification of inspection, I'm talking about the people downstairs, I don't know what they're doing. Effective from 6/7/2021 to expiration date is January 1st, 2022. We are in, what, June?
We're June 14, almost June
Right.
15, my baby's birthday.
So, it has expired 6 months ago. And how did that
Right.
process
These
come
are,
through
these are
from
some,
downstairs?
I'm with you, Councilman. I really am, that these applications are coming up, incomplete, and, we scrutinize some and not others, but listen, we don't need to discuss the ones we're removing. 61 and 63 are removed. Madam Clerk, I'd like to move forward with 62.
62?
No, I'm saying, we're gonna vote.
Oh.
And if you're fine with 65, we'll
Next
proceed.
item is item number 62 for approval. Resolution addressing a new entertainment/show license for D. Franco and Investments LLC, trading as Los Cristales Shot Bar, located at 409 21st Avenue, in the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 22-370. Number 62.
Not moving, he's not supporting it. You're moving
No, I
it?
thought you was going to take
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Velez.
How
Roll
long this
call, Madam
place is
Clerk.
closed?
On item 62.
And second by Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Roll call on item number 62 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Just be with me for a minute. You read the last page?
Vote your conscience, please.
Just be with me for a minute.
Just double check, make sure.
My vote is no.
Says 62.
She didn't call me. Madam Clerk, he voted no, so can you call me?
Oh, I didn't hear, Councilman Velez. He said no?
He said no.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry. Madam President,
No.
the vote is 3 in favor, 2 against, 4 absent. Item number 62 is hereby adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving forward, item 64.
Next item is item number 64, and item number 64 reads, resolution addressing a new entertainment/show license for Mazda Restaurant LLC, trading as Mazda, located at 1255 Madison Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 22-372. Is there a motion?
I got a question.
Motion, wait, no questions. Motion? Do I have a motion?
There's no motion, this fails.
I never saw this place, that's all.
Yeah, that's on Madison, Madison
at
and
the
on
left
Main.
side?
Madison, if you're coming like, and you're on Madison, you're gonna make a left on Main, it's on the left, but not on the corner, it's the middle.
Send this back to workshop. There's 66 calls for service for this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item 64
Workshop.
is going back to finance. Okay, I'm sorry, workshop.
That's not normal.
Workshop of June 21st,
Yes.
This one be Corona.
64.
Okay. 65, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 65, resolution addressing a renewal of a coin-operated amusement device license for La Fonte Bar located at 43 Ellison Street, one pool table, 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 22373.
Move. I forgot that that belongs to the Fifth Ward now.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
That's the old bar in the United States of America in Paterson. One of the first.
Do I have a second? Let us not discuss something that we
Oh,
don't have a
sorry.
second.
Madam President, all this attachment has like past a year already. What is going on?
That, because that's for the BR only, right? That 60 is a BR license, right?
No. This is 65. Let's stay on
Yeah.
task, please.
Yeah, hold on, we do.
65. He's looking at paperwork that probably has the reports and everything.
These were,
I
just for
understand, but
clarification.
Corporation Council signed it in March 21.
Yes.
It's been a year. So I'm just, what is going on in between?
Well, there was a lot of issues, remember?
And so I don't, just for clarification, I don't think any of these were updated since then. These were just the ones that were taken off and put back on. So that's why, we were just looking at it
Okay.
ourselves, seeing.
Yeah, table this one too. Let me tell you why. Because, table.
Okay, no, Madam Clerk. 65 is going to workshop,
Correct.
okay?
Okay.
Exit
Yeah.
Let us not
I'm
discuss.
sorry, there was a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez. Do you wish to
Yeah,
take it?
removing my motion.
Okay.
And there wasn't a second, so.
So this one goes back to the workshop.
That's true.
There
Yeah,
wasn't a second, Madam Clerk.
there was no second. It
Workshop
failed.
in June, no, back to the workshop of the 21st?
21st.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
And,
Number 65.
Madam BA, make sure you contact those or licensing contact to submit an update.
Okay, let's move forward. 66 and 67, Councilman Abdelaziz? This is an East Railway, is this new? This is a new spot? This
Yes.
is a new entertainment.
This is the
license.
new one for you know what.
Golden Rock Cafe, where is that? 210,
No, let me see. I gotta tell you now.
okay, Councilman, Madam Clerk, can you please read 66 and 67 into the record?
Yes, Madam President. Yes, Madam President, yes, they were on the agenda before. They were here, but I'll read them now.
Yes, I
Yes.
see the certificate of inspection is up to date. It's not expired, so
Okay.
I'm okay with this. too.
Okay,
Okay,
Madam
go
Clerk,
ahead and read both, yes.
both into the record?
Next items are items number 66 and 67. Number 66, resolution addressing a new entertainment/show license for Golden Rock Cafe LLC, trading as the Golden Rock Lounge, 210-216 East Railway Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 22374. And item number 67 reads, resolution addressing a new dancehall license for Golden Rock Cafe LLC, trading as Golden Rock Lounge, located at 210-216 East Railway Avenue in the 6th Ward. Finance Resolution 22375. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Is that Councilman Khalid?
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz, do I have a second?
Councilman.
Do I have a second?
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion. Councilman, this was,
Councilman Velez.
this was the place that, last summer, they had to go in with a lot of people.
Councilman.
I see the call of service in the
It's
back.
it's a new owner. They came here.
Oh, they came?
They came in front of this council. We pulled it off. We did research Corporation Council. Just to let the council know and the public know, entertainment license could be revoked. These
I got you.
establishments act up in my ward. I'll put a resolution revoking it and bring them up. That's in our E-code. The E-code clearly states entertainment licenses can be revoked. So this is not the end-all be-all. So
Okay.
I just want, I don't know if my colleagues know that.
Yes, we do.
Entertainment license, when there's a violation, you can put it right back on the agenda next week or a month from now. That's in our E-code.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll
Council
call,
President.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 66 and 67 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Councilman Kalik, yes.
Yes, Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I know they changed owner, but the report call says another thing, so I just wanna.
All right, just vote. Vote yes or
No,
no.
no, I'm okay, I'm okay. I
Please.
just wanna make sure that, it's good for
Okay.
you. That's what I'm saying. If Paterson, my vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
Vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 66 and 67 hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'd like to do items 4 and 5 for first reading.
What about
They're both-
69?
One second, please. Items 4 and 5 are the same thing, establishing handicap.
Okay,
So we
sure.
can, for first reading, we could do that together. So Madam Clerk, if you can please read into the record 4 and 5?
Yes, Madam
For first
President.
reading.
Next items, our first reading ordinances, items 4 and 5. No public hearing is required on these ordinances. Item number 4 reads, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. And the addresses are 3 Knickerbocker Avenue, 52 Paterson Avenue, 73 Paterson Avenue, 106 Sherman Avenue, and 12 Redwood Avenue, Department of Public Works. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do you have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have read both.
Oh, you
together.
didn't read?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
do item
Yes,
5.
you did say that, I'm sorry. Next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required, and it says an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations, and the locations are 305 Caldwell Avenue, 58 Dayton Street, 727 East 26th Street, 14 Jane Street, 39 North York Street, 33 Redwood Avenue, 560 Summer Street, and 289 Totowa Avenue, Department of Public Works. There's a motion by Councilman Velez.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Is that
Do I have a
move?
second?
These are
Councilwoman,
handicapped.
Second by Councilman Kalik.
I want your name in.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 4 and 5 for first reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 4 and 5 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 4 and 5 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading for items 4 and 5 will be held at the next regular meeting of June 28, 2022 at 7 p.m. along with a public hearing.
Okay, in this order, we'll do 69,
Which one?
49, 50,
Next item is,
51, and 52.
next item is
Madam
item,
President, item number 50 has to be removed because I don't think we ever received the bio. So we could remove it and place it back for the workshop
Oh,
on the
yes,
21st.
50.
Madam Clerk, item 50 is removed
Yes,
till we get the information.
yes, I do have a note on that. I should
Okay,
have told her.
so we're
50,
removing that, so if you can
right.
please read into the record 69, and then we'll do 49, 51, 52. And I
Next
believe that
item is-
completes the agenda.
Next item is item number 49, and item number 49 reads resolution celebrating Beulah P. Ross Gaskins' 81st birthday, and this is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 22357.
So
Second.
moved.
twice.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 49 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
So this item is honoring Madam President of the National Council of Negro Women, Ms. Beulah Gaskin, 81st birthday. Happy birthday, Madam President. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Happy birthday. My vote is yes. I did second because I'm honoring Madam Ruby Kai not being here, but second. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Let's
number
go.
51.
51, 52, and the last one, wait, we did 69 is the last one.
1 second, Madam President. Something is, I have to.
51 and 52.
51 is, no, 51 is the one for Moody. I'm sorry. There's something is.
Madam Clerk, and you know what, I'm going
So-
to ask for item 52, if you can update 52 to say sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, and co-sponsored by the rest of the council. You know,
That's
we
50
all
that's-
honor these.
That's 52?
Yeah, for 52, Corporation Council, if you could just update, it'll be sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, and co-sponsored by the rest of the council.
So at this time, do you want me to take 51, Council President?
Yes.
Next item is item number 51, and it reads resolution celebrating the 25th anniversary of Alonzo Taboo Moody Academy, and this is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Dr. Mims. City Council Resolution 22359.
So moved.
Second, moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Council President Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 51. And Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk,
Roll
on
call
item
on
51.
item number 51 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Chief, thank you for your service. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez.
So this is the celebration of 25th anniversary of Alonso Tambu Moody, right? So the word academy don't go there. Because it's for him as a person. The word academy don't
The
go there.
academy, the school.
No, no,
No,
no.
it's for the school.
25 years.
The school just had a
Oh, that's
celebration.
why I clarified. If it is for him personally,
It's for his it's for the service to the students.
Please, let's vote, my dear, really.
Isn't it
My
like-
son's birthday,
I
my
thought it was for
mother's,
him.
please, is in half an hour.
oh,
They honored him. It was a celebration last Thursday.
okay, I
Please.
didn't know it was named, it was academy. Okay, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
I am so sorry, Chief Moody, that we couldn't be there to celebrate the 25 years as we were doing the city business. Your celebration was on Tuesday, and I'm just so happy that you are still with us and that you're able to receive this while alive. My vote is yes on item 51 for approval.
Yes, the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
52?
Next item is item number 52, resolution honoring our City of Paterson heroes, Rashawn Dixon, Terrence Drakeford, and Clinton Reed. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, and the co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 22360.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Council President Davila and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 52 for approval.
Roll call on item number 52 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Yes. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I agreed to give a key to all of them. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
If you look at
Well, Madam Clerk, last item on the agenda, item 69.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
69.
69.
Nice.
69. Next item is item number 69, resolution addressing a new entertainment/show license for 227 Park Avenue Lounge and Liquors, LLC 227 Park Avenue, the 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 22377.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 69 for approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 69, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Madam President, they took the recommendation, they put in soundproof all around the whole inside of the property. They new owners and they compliant, so I'm proud to be part of that recommendation, so my vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 69 is hereby adopted. I think there's no
Very
other item on
good.
the agenda.
Before I entertain the motion to close, I want to say to Flavio, excuse me.
Not yet.
Before I entertain the motion to close, I want to say happy birthday to Flavio's baby. Flavio had to leave today because today is her first birthday.
Mama.
Wait. Oh, my God. And so, I just wanted to say happy birthday, as I refer to her as Flavita, but happy birthday, Sophie. At this time, also happy birthday to Mommy Abdelaziz, okay, we love you, and, soon, by Commissioner Dania Martinez, happy birthday to you as well. And Mommy, in heaven, in half an hour, we'll be celebrating you and celebrating my son who was born on your birthday. With that said, I'd like a motion to close.
Councilman Mendez said today's his birthday, that's why he's not here.
Oh, my God, that's right. Councilman Mendez,
He's not listening.
I reached out to you. I said, happy birthday.
Cancun.
Happy birthday, Councilman Mendez. Trump's birthday is today? Really? Oh, Lord, no wonder.
Happy birthday,
Anyway.
President.
Motion to close, please.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, June 14th, 2022.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of June 14, 2022. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes, as the council president said, I spent my whole night, instead of celebrating with my mother, here with my colleagues on the council, so I want to wish my mom a happy birthday, and hopefully we'll get to celebrate tomorrow. So everyone, good night. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid.
Good night, everyone, and also special birthday shout out to Gustavo, Bebo, aka Bebo, and everybody else, whoever birthday is today. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
So I want to give my heartfelt condolences to Unity Missionary Baptist Church here in the great city of Paterson in the passing of their pastor, Reverend Dr. Ethel Bland, who lived a long 97 years of life, whose service will be on tomorrow. And so I'm praying for her family, her daughter, and her granddaughter, and the church family. So please keep them lifted in prayer. There's so many so many people that are in a place of grieving, and we give our heartfelt condolences. And one of the things I continue to say is please give people their flowers while they can smell them. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Corporate Council, please take this note. I unfortunately didn't send you the email, but put on the record that I want to increase the noise ordinance for the minimum, eliminate the $100 to put a minimum of $1,000 up to $2,000, okay, is allow it. A minimum of $1,000 fine for loud music, okay? A minimum up to $2,000, allow music ordinance. And the other one that I want you to amend is $1,500 for commercial vehicle park, a minimum of $1,500 for any commercial vehicle. It's not ready. It's only $250. It's only $250.
Councilman, I'd like to bring it to committee. So I know that you're. No, you do it in committee. You give everything and then we.
That goes into.
Please? Yes.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to make it publicly because a lot of people, yes, thank you.
Get home before midnight?
Thank you. So, saying that, I will not bring to committee this item because I think it's well deserved. on June 16, my fiancée, my future wife, Natasha Batista, it's her birthday.
June 18th.
June 18, 16. So saying that, yes, I'm getting married. Thank you. Thank you. I will invite everybody. Yes.
Can you please vote?
Abdulaziz is going to be the best
Okay.
man.
Thank you.
So I haven't voted.
You voted yes, my dear.
No, I didn't say. I said yes to her. Yes, marriage. Correct. Thank you, Corporation Council. Madam BA, take note of everything that we spoke today. And if you have any doubts on what we're talking about, let's have that private conversation and move forward the city. Madam Clerk, thank you for your diligent work. And the Secretary, I'm taking the time of Ruby Kind, though. My vote is yes. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam President?
So I'd like to just let everyone know that, I give my condolences to my church family, to the Light family for the loss of Ray Light Sr. And in addition also to Councilman McCoy in the loss of his niece, who passed away. 14 years old, very, very sad.
What?
Over the weekend. And with that said, on another note, to my son, who I love you dearly, I'm wishing you the best birthday tomorrow. I'm looking forward to spending time. And with that said, all phone calls pertaining to Council President will all go to the Vice President, Councilman Kalik. So with that said, thank you, Madam BA.
Yeah, where you going?
Madam Clerk, Phyllis, I love you. Thank you so much. Thank you for my coffee, Javi. And Corporation Council, that wrap was delicious. With that said, my vote is yes. Yes, good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The regular meeting of June 14, 2020.